folks. Not a good start to the day, I'm going to be brutally honest with you. Read a very interesting article on the whole GE90 introduction. British Airways were the, I think they were the launch customer, and I flew on one of those GE90 powered 777-200s, I think it was. But it wasn't that long after that it wasn't long into the whole delivery. Within a short period of time, the GE90 was plagued with issues with British Airways. That's why they went to the Rolls-Royce Trent engine. But that's kind of the way the industry goes, isn't it? Big flexed wing. Look at that, flexing the wing, man. Yeah. Hey folks, how you doing? Hope you're well. Are you enjoying yourselves? Hope you are. It's Sunday. And we're live from London Heathrow. Lovely to see you. Hope you're doing well. Going to come to your comments right now. Again, apologies for the huge delay. I've got to be honest with you. I think that's one of the biggest delays we've literally had in the history of flipping Big Jet TV in terms of a Heathrow show anyway. But that is the beauty of live streaming equipment and everything else that goes with it, the parameters. It's not just a switch that you flick on. There's a lot of preparation that needs to be done, or pre-check list kind of stuff, which sometimes throws a bit of a curveball. But anyway, there we go. It is what it is, and we're here now. I hope you're doing well. Let's just come to your comments. Oh. Oh, YouTube crashed. No, I wouldn't like to attribute anonymous crash reports. Thank you very much. Pierre Roland, tuning in from France. Good day to you, Pierre. From Francais. He's an hour ahead already, isn't he? He's got an hour on me, I think. He's a 777-2 roll, is he? Great audio, great engine sound. It's what we love. Kind of arty, isn't it, with those clouds? Say it. The wings flexing up already on this Dreamliner. Nice. Air India. Oh no, Virgin, my apologies. Getting it all wrong today. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Intersect. Now there is a 380 lined up down there, isn't there? Yeah, he's been there, sitting there for quite a long time. There's the little Roo, which is the Joey. You remember Gary Allen? Welcome, Gary. Hope you're well. Deborah Sherwood, good afternoon to you. Thank you for saying hello, everyone. That's really cool. Suke. Good morning, good afternoon, Chad, Bud, Basil Sims, Sonny Schneider, Wing Flex, loving the Wing Flex. It's amazing the flex of the 787 as it builds up speed on the runway. Good morning to you. Sounds but no, Jerry Sue Cruz. Sounds but no. Sounds but no. What's that all about? GP, you copy? Hello? Okay, looks like I'm going solo, folks. Karina Roebuck. Good morning, everybody. Margaret Burnett. Sabira. Echo 6 Bravo. Put the old Cirrus straight down there. Well, it wasn't straight down the middle, was it? But it was near enough. Nice. This is... Nice! Yeah! Star Alliance United. Okay, now watch this. Dreamliner is going to be rolling any second. Let me just come back to it, folks. There we go. Wings are already flexed up to the max. Now there's that wing profile. Have a look at that. Wow. Never ceases to amaze me, I've got to be honest with you. But I know that Boeing, still I believe having issues with the paint, the coating on the wings. Very interesting. I was actually talking to a technician the other day about wing application, wing paint application, because a lot of people say, why don't they paint the wings? Well, they do paint the wings. They obviously have to paint the wings with a ultraviolet UV resistant paint, And of course, the issues with that is that because these aircraft are relatively young in terms of, you know, in terms of aviation in general, still a lot of lessons being learnt about paint application for carbon wings. And I won't name the name, I won't name the airline, but it was interesting to see. I've mentioned before where I've flown on a Dreamliner and seen the this is JetBlue, I think. Seen the or is it? Seen the paint flaking off of the wings, literally, and where they've also amazing, isn't it? Where they have also temporarily painted over those patches where literally you can see right the way through to the carbon. It's not a it's not dangerous. Obviously, it's not doesn't in any way affect flight. Although, to be honest with you, if you've got enough patches, airflow needs to be very smooth over the wing for the wing to work perfectly. And of course, if you've got you know, it's a bit like a golf ball. So like a ball when it flies through the air, you know, it needs to have no sort of like what do you call it? Indentations or something like that. Kenwatt 100, thanks for the METAR readings. London Heathrow 1220. Zulu winds at 060, 10 knots with a crosswind element of 5 knots. Watch the wings flexing at the end of the wing on the 380, folks. Just as she rotates, watch the wings flex up at the end of the wing, around about now. There it is. So impressive, man. Ginormous, great big thing. She's low. She's low. Look at that. Yeah. Nice. Tell you what, operating this camera is a bit like, in some sort of ways, it's like a bit like being an artist. He's an artist, painting that ultimate picture, delivering the might of the 380. Look at that. Westbound special, still banking right. Love that big turn. Westbound heavy. Now you can see the flex. I think I'm right in saying this. Spoke to the technician, A380 technician. It's around about 11 feet, the flex in that wing. Doesn't look it. But that flex is mainly from the outboard engine outwards. 767. Nice. Bit noisy. Pratt powered. Saw. Buzz saw blade. It's a westbound as well. Yeah.
Great to be back home. I wonder if our friends at X-Plane 12 are going to implement the few little things that I asked for, or asked whether or not it could be done, and that is the flaking paint on one or two of their United 767s, because they're all about reality, realism, or whatever the term is for computer technology. Augmented, is it augmented reality? Virgin on push. Clear to push back. Phil T caught up with the Dubai shows. They were great. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, takeoff and landing in the sim. Yeah, it was fun. Quite interesting how the in the Cirrus the control column is at around about 45-degree angle to the right of you or left of you, whichever seat you're in. So it's kind of that side stick technology, but it's a sort of like a pull lever rather than a control lever, like a game control lever, if you know what I mean. So that took quite a bit of getting used to. But what was really interesting, and I will apply this to all of my future sim flying, beautiful 767 with Icelandair coming out, will be to, when you're landing the aircraft, don't look directly in front of you, look to the end of the runway, which was a great piece of advice from Captain Adonna, because as soon as he said that, I literally felt a lot more at ease. Adam Ross, Sandy Humby. Yeah, next time you're on 09s, you need to bring a bucket and sponge for poor old Boab. She's been there a fair old number of years now, though, so, you know, it's not going to get any worse than what it is. Might have flown on this one. Nice cloud. Wow, she's light. Very derated as well. Is he going to make a left turn? Or is he going out right? That's going to be a full 180, isn't it? That's an impressive winglet, retrofitted. I'm not sure. I'm sure somebody will correct me on this, but I think all of the winglets, those sharklets, those upturned sharklets on the 767, were all retrofitted post-manufacture. And of course, the 767-400, I think, came out of the factory with the raked wingtip. Either right or I'm wrong, one way or the other. Yeah, anybody missed the Dubai shows? Obviously, there's one particular video that's on there at the moment, but I have up till the crack of dawn editing the shortened version from EFTA, the Emirates Flight Training Academy, and we'll be posting that over the next couple of days. It's only a short one, 14 minutes long, but it does exactly what it says on the tin. Dylan, 17-hour flight to Perth, not liking it. ITZ Shadow, Dubai show was heaven. Nice wing flex. Bob M. TCC has the 787 production been halted again. Saw some YouTuber mentioning it. I don't know. Let me know. This is Virgin Atlantic. Oh no, it's not. This is Delta. Apologies. Watch a little puff of smoke from the mains. Big, slow gear retraction on the 330. Could be noisy. Fence style winglet, or the wing fence, as nice. Just hang in there. Just hang in there. Okay, well, let's just, okay. Another interesting thing I learned from an engineer is about the radome. You'll see this aircraft has a replacement radome. The A380 has got a very thick radome, which is actually why you very rarely see replacement radomes on the 380, but these ones some of them carbon, some of them are alloy, and the majority of these nose cones, radomes, they actually have a service life on them as well, which is why sometimes you see, like we've seen with KLM before, half their fleet with replacement radomes. So not specifically because they've had a bird strike or anything like that. Sometimes it may be, but more often than not, it's actually it's going for service, much like the engine nacelles as well. Funky cabin inside the Virgin 350. All that purple lining. Great cabin crew, very laid back. Professional, safety conscious, but very very laid back and Yeah. Oh, hello. Wait a minute. Now here's a 767-400 lining up right now. Wow. Why was my volume? Yeah, I don't know why my volume was down, mate. I've got no idea why my volume was down. No, I thought that was the case with you. Seriously, man. Oh my God. Eagle Atlanta, no winglets on the 767-400. Well, there are winglets on the 767-400. Sorry to correct you there, Eagle Atlanta, but these are raked wingtip. You can see them quite clearly at the end of the wing, funny enough. But now as it goes over me, look at it, look at the points, the pointy wingtip. That's a retro, well, I say a retrofit. A bolt-on, literally a bolt-on wingtip. See it, there you go. Wow! Such a tough aeroplane, man. Remember that Ford built tough advertising campaign? These things are built tough. Okay. Awesome. So do I. It's a difficult one really to say whether that's my favourite 767 because I love the old Smoky Joes, the 300s, but I do like those the 400s. So over to the right of us, folks, British Airways maintenance, part of it, a very small part of it actually, but this is just one of the parks where they park aircraft up ready for even a small line inspection, or it may be ready to go into maintenance, or but go down to heavy maintenance at Cardiff. Now you see there the front of the engine there. See that grey cowling? Well, it is actually called the engine nacelle. It's the front part of the engine which it actually contains any blade off scenario. So as you can appreciate, the main fan blades are traveling or rotating at a crazy RPM. So there's Kevlar lining and all kinds of things going on inside those engines, inside those nacelles. Now the thing is that those nacelles also have a service history. You know, the brackets, the fixings, the structure inside the nacelle, that will reach a certain serviceability time. So which is why this particular aircraft, the nacelle has been removed and replaced by probably, I'd imagine, one of their spares, whilst the other one goes off for servicing. It may be repair, but it's more than likely servicing, because obviously you do get all sorts of stuff going in through that intake. So therefore, obviously, as you can appreciate, there is probably the most susceptible area for damage, etc., etc. Eagle Atlanta, that 767-400, is on its way, so I'll have to go check out the winglets for myself at Eagle Atlanta. That is fantastic. Well, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, my friend. That is brilliant. What was it, going to Atlanta? More than likely, I would have thought. Of course, we've been to Atlanta already, Eagle Atlanta. I don't know if you... this is the new Neo A330, the A339. Common as muck now with Virgin. Got so many of them. Only joking. Wow, she's gone up quick, man. Big bang, right? Yeah. It's like a Virgin really underneath here. Yeah. See how very little wing flex there is on the Airbus, but mainly on the outboard wing. Look at that, it's a beautiful profile, isn't it? So they can obviously only flex the wing outward of the pylon, the engine pylon, because that's where I'm guessing you wouldn't want any sort of major flex going on from the wing root or the wing spar. Of course, these spars run all the way through the wing nowadays. I think they always have done, actually. It's a main spar that it's a bit like a reinforced steel joist in your house, which takes all the weight, load bearing, and that's what that's taking all the stress. Well, not all of it. It's obviously distributed around the wing throughout the ribs and the other components of the wing, but very cleverly everything is built into that wing to move. Crazy. I mean, short of flapping, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so, oh, I think he's moving. Is his APU? Auxiliary power unit. A350 1000. You see the now you clearly see there what we've been talking about on previous shows. The strut, which is, oh no, he said it's on the front, didn't he? Oh, that's it there. There it is. There. Okay, is that? Yeah, that must be it there. Okay, so it's not the vertical one. Interesting. John John Grinham. Don't get departures over mine, just landing at Birmingham because I'm a good 11 miles by road. Wow. Cool. Good stuff. Do the front fan blades provide most of the reverse thrust? Paul Trapeel asking. Great question, Paul. I love those kind of questions. That's the kind of stuff I love to discuss and talk about? Well, put it this way, the answer to that would be there are two different types of reversers or reverser systems. One is cold stream reversers, which is where the fan blades will blow the air through the reverser doors. So instead of it's almost like a shut-off valve where the main fan blades will be put into power, but the thrust will push forward because of the sliding doors. The other type, which is the hot reverser system, which is a bit like you see sometimes with the, I think I'm not gonna, I don't know if it is the Trent 700. I think because the Trent 700 has the petal type reverser doors that open, 4 of them on each engine. Now I remember somebody saying that was also a cold stream system, but I don't know. But anyway, there are 2 different types, and it is the core of the engine which is responsible sometimes for blowing that air forward, whereas other times it is the main fan blade cold air that's being ingested will be used for reversers. So 2 different types. Paul, that's a great question, and anybody else who wants to either correct me on that or just discuss it, that would be brilliant. Paul Trippill, 4-door on the 777-200, I think. James Wertel, good morning to you. What RPM fan blades? Stephen Morale saying. Good question again. Wow. Well, when you think that these things are ingesting a ton of air per second or thereabouts, it is a very impressive. The numbers are amazing when you look at these engines, but in terms of the RPM of the fan blades, the rotational RPM, very interesting. What you've got to consider is that the main fan blade assembly at the front is the slowest, I believe, moving part in terms of RPM. It's more the core of the engine and the compressor where the RPMs are massive. I would imagine, might be wrong. 330 CEO with Virgin Atlantic. Torque jets, folks. Love that. Another 330 CEO. Who's this with then? Is it? Oh wow, look at this. Sri Lankan, isn't it? wonder if that's piloted by any of the crew that I've met up with. I know 6 of them. So, and they're, I think they're regulars on the London route. We are looking at a Sri Lankan show, folks. We just need to sort of like map it all out. But in terms of members, we'll be back on it very shortly with the first members show. Wow, look at that! Oh, flipping it! Heavy turn left there. European show, first part of March, and then a US show later on in March as well. But we do also have within that period and a show that we're planning in Glasgow. I've got to get on the as soon as those hand controllers arrive, I'm going to get on it with the flight sim, and possibly do some little videos with you guys, maybe, because I know there's a lot of simmers out there, some really good ones as well. But I want to get to the point where I'm starting the whole aircraft, like getting it going live. We had some great during the sim files lockdown. We had some great videos from folks who some who just knew the whole startup procedure. And there is literally, it is that something that you just need to get used to. I think one of the first things you need to do is fire up the APU. And once you know where that is, it's a learning curve, isn't it, really? It's a learning lesson. Little young budding pilot I met up at Courtyard with his mum and dad a couple of weeks ago, or whenever it was, just before Dubai. Talking to him, and I said, what's your favourite airline then? And he goes, Aer Lingus. Bless him. Little sort of like, it was only 3 or something like that, wasn't he? 3 or 4 or something. But yeah, you never know, man. You never know, do you? 20 years time that he may be doing the long hauls. You just don't know, do you? Stephen Callahan, Emirates 380G, 40 minutes. The map man, when the fan windmills in the wind, do the bearings run dry or does the oil pump keep turning? The map man, no, I believe that when the aircraft is at standstill, because the bearings are so well lubricated, should I say, I think they might, I know what you're saying, because they do need lubrication, don't they? But the amount of time that they spend on the ground doesn't warrant, I don't think, the necessity for there to be any a constant pump or hydraulic lubrication. Bearing in mind, apologies for the pun, actually quite a good one. The fact that it is windmilling will sort of kind of keep that whole lubrication process going. When these aircraft were stored, of course, it was a different thing altogether, wasn't it? Because the weight, when they had engine covers over them, they didn't have any wind or air travelling through them. Therefore, they didn't have the capability of turning or windmilling. So that would have been one of the major service inspections that would have been done on the engines before they were put back into service. Long run. Wow, that's a long run, man. Yeah. Wow. She's low. Strike a pose. Yes. So what they were asked to email them, weren't they? They were asked to email them, weren't they? Okay. And what were they supposed to email them with? Oh, flipping heck, right, I don't know. Better ask him then, better ask him. Tony Ireland, Cathay 747-8 freighter just approaching Budapest, 18, estimated 1350. Roy Van Can. Any news on your flight simulator endeavour? X-Plane 12 is obviously our platform that we're working with, and we will give you an update on that, Roy. Captain Skymaster, isn't most high bypass engines are considered Coldstream reversers? Why hot reversers are those old school engines like clamp or bucket type? Yes, right, okay. In that case, I'm totally with you on that one, because these are high bypass ratio turbofans. That is probably absolutely right. I was just thinking that maybe the Trent 7 had the hot type, but no. There we go. Thank you so much, Captain Sky Marshal. Nate Ford, any higher and the fan tips start to run supersonically, making a huge amount of noise in the form of a piercing drone. Yes, Nate. We've talked about that before, where the noise that you hear on the spool up is actually the fan tips reaching the speed of sound. I think that's right. So, as you can appreciate, a massively high RPM. But then again, it's a bit like a windmill, isn't it? The outer tip is always going to travel slower than the core. Is that right? Freighter coming out. It's a bit like the wind farms, you know, huge, great big generators with the tip of the blade travels at a slower speed, I think, than the core, or is it the other way round? That's a kind of physics thing, isn't it? Which is pretty cool, man. Okay, China Eastern, 777, freighter, she's light. Nice. beautiful, man. General Electric 350 XWB power. Great chat going on at the moment from on the engineering side of things. Just saw bleed air, APU. Of course, the engine relies on the auxiliary power unit, the third engine at the back of the aircraft, to provide the compressed air for the starters. Then once, sometimes on some aircraft it's a dual start, two engine start like the 350, like the 380. The 787 has the option as well for a dual engine start. Electric starters though on the 787. Working on that 350, I think there's some check going on there. Do we have an engine start? There's an engine start somewhere. Matthew Lafferty, Jerry, coming from a bloke who spent over 3,000 hours on MFS, start with an Airbus, a lot easier to get your head around things. Matthew, thank you. Well, yes, I mean, the control yoke, well, the controller for the unit that we're going to be using is actually more Airbus-esque than a yoke system. If they're running that 350 up, I don't know.
Birdman, with study left aircraft, you need to set up the FMC FP weight and balance center of gravity performance for the V speeds, flap positions, etc. Birdman, that's fantastic. So yes, indeed, all of that, all those parameters have to be taken into consideration
To make sure the aircraft will get off the bleeding ground in terms of center of gravity, fuel, any passengers, any freight that you're carrying. All of those parameters need to be taken into consideration. Do the flaps then automatically, are they automatically selected in terms of, well, I mean, I think most aircraft, you're always at a standard flap setting for departure, aren't you? And also for landing, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's 1 to 5 on the Boeing and percentages on the Airbus, or the other way round. I think this is I kind of need someone to come and give me a tuition thing on it, really, don't I? Like a co-pilot or a captain, the training captain, in terms of the starting procedures and preparation and all those sorts of things. Of course, that's only really. I think that obviously you can select a standard weights and balances setup in terms of the C of G on the aircraft, rather than actually physically going for all those inputs, because that is the kind of thing that you see these pilots with their iPads when they're setting up the aircraft for flight, configuring it. Duncan Butcher, thank you very much indeed. Lots of people mentioning about the Dubai shows. Yeah, they were great. We're back in Blighty now, of course, and enjoying every minute of it. VS45 heading to JFK A350 1000. Nick Gray, that was. Sorry, I missed. I'm a bit way back on the comments, as I always am. Good afternoon to everybody. Birdman, I saw there. Been doing it for years. I'm MSFSO with Phoenix or FVW. It's great. Used to be XP10 for. Well, I have to say, did Concorde have reverse thrusters? Jeffrey Phillips asking. Great question. I think it had. It had these huge buckets at the back of the engines, which they actually used to slow the aircraft down sometimes. And imagine the hammering that those things went through. But I think they were those buckets at the back of the bucket-style reversers at the back of those Snecka engines. Kushro, talking to James Wertel, there are many brands, Turbo Oil to Aero Shell 500, BPTO 2380, etc. Even intermixability of engine oil types is allowed under certain conditions, but discouraged. Interesting. Yeah, it's a bit like, you know, like car manufacturers will always recommend the best engine oil for their particular engine types, and these engine manufacturers as well, a lot of the times I think interesting sound. Oh, that whistling sound, I think, is caused by those the exit cowls. It's definitely winding something up there. That 350s, they're doing a very low speed engine run. Is that guy looking at the fans? Looks like he's possibly looking at the #1 engine. It's not. Can't see whether that's spinning or not, and see whether there's any. Don't think there's any heat coming from the. Oh, hold on a minute. No, yeah, we do have a little bit of moisture coming out of the mast, the drain mast, out of the bottom of the engine there. So I think that engine is running very. Maybe they're just testing a specific component with it. Yeah, great stuff, man. Hey, listen, man, I know there's a lot of MSFFF, Microsoft Flight Sim folks out there, and I know you're all loyal to it. Don't worry about it, man. We're not trying to nick you and take you away from it and do the other ones, but and I know you stay loyal and you remain loyal, and good for you. That's a nice thing to see. Virgin 330, man, giving those treads a bit. Yeah, we've heard obviously great reports, you know, back from X-Plane 12. You know, if you want to compare the two versus MSFF, Microsoft Flight Sim. But yeah, some people saying that the graphics or the scenery or whatever it might be on the realism of X-Plane 12 supersedes the MS Microsoft Flight Sim, but others obviously staying loyal, and trust me, I completely appreciate that. And fortunately for me, I'm not on either. So because we've been given the opportunity, because X-Plane 12 very kindly approached us, and let's face it, one of their employees flew all the way from America to visit me for one day. So you've got to give them a bit of love for doing that. And they're a very committed crew as well. Weepy windows. Wow, James Martell, we are either at low load or running full loads. Bleeds closed at 4,900 feet. Love all of that, man. See, there's quite a lot of stuff being talked about here, which I'm a little bit green on. I kind of know what you're talking about, but not 100% that I'd sort of like. I just sit there and listen to what you're saying, okay? Bev C, why did Concorde drop its nose on landing? Good question, Bev. For the pilots to be able to see where the bleeding hell they're going, believe it or not. That's the reason. Not anything more than that. Nothing super fancy or anything like that. But basically, the nose drooped, the shield came down, different angles of droop on the Concorde. Stand by, stand by, stand by, folks. Yeah, but he's going out, Jilly. If he's going out, you say he's going out. Ah. Okay, we do have a Virgin pilot on his final flight before retirement. When's it coming in, GP? Okay, we have a VS146. I'll tell you what would be nice. We have a retiring pilot. He's 65 years young in a little while, in a few weeks or however long it might be. But this is his final flight, having flown for 20 years on commercial jetliners. So let's... when he's, what is it, 4:30, did you say? Okay, so it's only 1:38 now, 20 to 2. So we've got a couple of hours yet before he arrives. Where's he coming in from, Julie? He's coming in from Vegas. So we'll keep an eye out for him. I don't know if they're watching, but hello to the lovely Indian couple who I met yesterday at the golf course. Very nice husband and wife team. Oh, hello. Okay, so and we've got one going out, have we, Chile? Somebody going on a big trip, did you say? Yeah, 9, 10. George. He's going left, he's going left. Yeah. Oh, no. Stand by. Not really, man. Not really. Yeah, just, yeah. L1011, then VC10. Random chat. Seeing that, I think that might be IL62, Jennifer Jordan. IL62, the Russian equivalent of the VC10. Put a shout out to our good friends at Antonov the other day. Still have that model that Russ from Gemini Jets wanted to hand to, I think it might be Dmitry or something, one of the fellas who flies with Antonov. Wanted to sort of like give it to him as a present, and I've suggested to our good friend Valeria that we might like to do a show with them with the AN124 at some point. Asked her if she's going. They go into Liège, and we'll soon find out. I think they do. Alex Collins, Concorde had buckets that would come down to divert the airflow. I think they were more like shutters than buckets. I think they were shutters which moved to control the airflow because of the crazy aerodynamics that were going on above, below, through the engine, around the engine, and all that kind of stuff. So I think it was to minimise the amount of stress on the engine. Why those the shutters? They were like, you know, literally on hinges. Jeffrey Butler, VC10 for me, used to help fit the engine nacelles at Weybridge in the 1960s. Wow, Jeffrey, would have that been at Wisley? Would that have been at the airfield at Wesley? Wow, used to fit the engine nacelle. God, so cool, man. Those memories, to have memories like that, man, that's so cool. And obviously, no doubt, used to see them flying out of and into Wisley or Weybridge. I think it's or is Wisley a different one from Weybridge? I don't know. They're very close by, anyway. Go on, the Trents. Nice. See if we can get a bit. I thought we'd get a bit of wing fluff today, but I think there's some moisture in the air. Everywhere I look around, moisture in the air. Every sight and every sound. Can't say it without singing it. Well, we certainly hope that you know, other airlines will possibly take a look at what we did with Emirates, and perhaps we would be more than welcome. We would be more than happy to do something with British Airways, with Virgin Atlantic, with any airline, with Lufthansa, with any airline around, American Airlines, United, whoever. All you got to do is pick the phone up, like Emirates did, and then we'll put a plan in action. So don't think that we're just biased towards Emirates. Great airline, fantastic to fly with, very professional, everything's just basically hits the mark. But we are, of course, British, and we would love to do something with British Airways. So there's the gauntlet laid down, fellas, or ladies and gentlemen, with British Airways. In one ear and out the other, innit? Oh, I can't be bothered. Get John to do it. John's on holiday for 6 months. Okay, right then. Won't bother with that then. Jeffrey Butler, VC10 and BAC 111 had tail parachutes during testing in case of deep stall. Wow. And all of that stuff went on in Weybridge, I think it was. Mark Thomas, American triple off to Seattle. I think that was the one as a thought, but pilot X-plane is more realistic. Tony Haynes saying, there we go. Paul Trapeel, Aidan Campbell. Dubai was a lovely way to spend my 1 year anniversary. There we go. Andrew Todd, good afternoon to you. Singapore 380, 1 hour 25 minutes, Diane 78. That's an inbound. However, we did have a rogue landing, but it was Qatar 380 a while back, and the reason for that is that they will give them, if they can fit them in, they will give them the right-hand runway or the departing runway as an arrival, because of the fact that they just have a very short distance to then go to travel to Terminal 4. Vicky Denning asking, which series episode of Ice Airport Alaska did Jerry appear on? It's on My 5, is what you need to check. My 5, and it's series 3, episode 6 is what you need to be looking out for. Series 3, episode 6, Ice Airport Alaska. And I have to say, I'm gonna say this, they did a great job, because I was a little bit when they were filming it, I was a bit like, oh, how are they gonna make this whole thing work? And I tell you, they really did. So big hats off to both the film crew and also the editing team. There's our 380 approaching runway 09 right. I don't know if Microsoft Flight Sim would come to me. Bit late now though. I don't want to start a battle. Mind you, up here we could definitely have a big boxing ring, couldn't we? Seconds out, round 1. Oh, a good jab there by X-Plane 12. Oh, big uppercut by Microsoft Flight Sim. He's got him on, he's wobbling, Oh! That would be good, actually. That's an 800, isn't it? 788. Stubby little thing, isn't it? No better wing profile, man. I'm going to say it. No, I mean, I do love the 350 and 380 wing profile. I love all the wing profile. Blimey, it looks like a jumbo. It bleeding, is it? Oh no, it's not 380, sorry. Oh, it's the blue one, is it? Oh, hello. Diane 78, Cafe 747, 1 hour 52 minutes. Okay, well, we'll catch that taxiing. Look at that. Once again, Emirates, 1 in, 1 out. Very lightweight 777 going out. Could be even a... When they go up that quick, you kind of get the impression that it might be a maintenance flight. It's a revenue flight, I think. Eastbound. Canada. Great chat going on, folks. Thank you. I have to say, honestly, thank you to everybody who's getting involved in the technical chat. Love that. Of course, I may miss your comments, your questions, even your answers, but it will obviously go a long way to educating the audience as well. So if I miss it, don't sweat it. 17th Mustang, Concorde at East Fortune is amazing. Alpha. It's been inside a hangar for a long time now. Has a red arrow beside it. Alpha. This is Alpha Bravo. This one here. And as you can see from the at the wing root, all the panelling there is looking pretty sorry. But you know what? It's as long as the paint lasts, that's the key thing, because what you're seeing there is just general grubbiness in terms of sort of like, you know, well, almost mold, if you know what I mean, like the green stuff that you get on the shed of your roof or something, you know, on wood. It will naturally settle on there, but it's easy to get off. Nick Gray, American to Miami, Sue Cruz tracking VS 156 on Flight Radar 24. I think that's our retiring pilot, folks. When he is sort of like 10-15 minutes out, we'll go and get him #1 on Flight Radar, even though we will get him approaching towards the touchdown, and then hopefully he'll taxi out round the top here and we'll get him turning into gate. Otherwise it really is a bit of a game whether we do or we don't. Reedy, do you have any Coningsby trips planned? We've just been to Coningsby, Reedy. Won't be for a little while yet, but we will be back there in the spring. Okay, interesting. My friend Hannah and Josh are on EK2, Leon Neeb saying. So we've got a couple who are on EK2 on their way to Dubai. Talking about engines, how do Rolls-Royce normally transport new engines to Boeing? Alan Tonkinson. Well, to be honest with you, by road or by rail, whichever way it is, to the assembly plant. That will be, I'd imagine, partially rail and partially road, depending on the... obviously, they may be air freighted. I think the Rolls-Royce engine... I think they've got a US assembly plant, haven't they? Of course, we've got them here in the UK. Jennifer Jordan, I understood Airbus withdrew technical support as the legacy builder. Interesting, okay. I'm not sure what that is regarded related to. United have a pretty big training academy. United, TCC, United have a pretty big training academy. It'd be amazing if they ask you to film that facility. Well, the invite's out there. It's an open book, folks. Maybe what we could do is reach out to all of the airlines and see which ones take a bite. Just want to make sure and emphasize to anybody out there. We've had a few people who are sort of like, you know, virtue signaling, saying, you know, you've sold out to Emirates and all that kind of. It's not. It's about content at the end of the day. It's all I want to give, and that's what the invite that I give out to anybody that I write to or anybody that contacts us. It's absolutely free of charge. We cover all of the expenses. I just want to give content to you folks and my members who very amazingly support this channel. You are the fuel, and therefore we've got to service you guys, and I want to bring you the best content I possibly can. And that's why we do what we do. Hey, listen, if EasyJet called me up tomorrow, and said, listen, we'd love you to come down and do a piece on our training academy, and we did a little bit, didn't we, down at Virgin Atlantic? So, you know, we just we're open to anybody approaching us. There she is, look. Don't tell me that's the one that taxied right past us, man. Not taxied, but was on tow, wasn't it? There was a big one on tow. I know there's, yeah, it's 50-50 in it, and I can't see because she's got a bum to me. Educational as well at the end of the day. It's not, I mean, it's really interesting. It's very interesting content. Very, you know, very, yeah, there's a lot of young hopefuls out there who are perhaps thinking about, you know, the future of their life, you know, their life future in terms of where they're going to go. Wow, there you go. 17-year-old has just sent us a message saying 17 years old, and they've just applied to their flight training academy. There you go. And that kind of seals it for us. You're always going to get people out there who, you know, the armchair professionals who think they know better. You know, really, you should kind of know a little bit better than, if you've been watching us long enough, you'll know how committed we are to bringing content to our viewers. And I certainly am not in the position where I'm going to start wearing people's branding, okay? Aidan Campbell, VS 156, 1557. Keep that alive, folks. Keep that running, the VS 157. Because 156, sorry, because obviously I need you to update me on it, because obviously I've got a lot of stuff going on. Kevin Fisher off to Bahrain, UTC plus 0300 777. Bob M, what's that? Jeffrey Dingle Jelly, problem with his membership. We'll do all of you do. Okay, there we go, Jeffrey. He's already being sorted. If everyone banged an email to the owners of Heathrow, they might do something about Concorde. Jennifer Jordan saying, well, to be honest with you, I don't think they would. To be perfectly honest with you, it would just literally go in the ignore box, or they may just send a sort of standard email back. But it's something that would disrupt the well, to be honest with you, hey, look what they did for Corendon with the 747, the Corendon 747 that was, or the KLM 747 as it was, shifted all the way across the airfield at Schiphol, that exercise was something that didn't massively disrupt the airport operations. So I wouldn't say that it would in any way disrupt the operations if we were to reposition Concorde, is the best way to describe that. The BA 777 just now going to Bahrain. Thank you for that, Julian. Edward Breyer, love this channel. Great, thank you, sir. Sue Cruz, Jerry, my son flew on an ATR 600 this morning in Thailand. Frightened him. He said it felt like it fell out of the sky. Oh my goodness me. Well, it's probably because you've got such a skilled and established pilot there, who I wouldn't say knows how to cut corners, but knows the descent pattern like the back of their hand, literally. That is generally the case, isn't it? Sue Taylor, bet there's lots of mould in the cabin. Yeah, apparently I did hear that the interior of it's all been stripped out, of course. You know, all the overhead bins, all the seating, everything. It's got an empty fuselage in it, but the panelling, I think, is still there. And of course, yes, one thing you have to watch for anything that's on the ground outside like that on static display is moisture that builds up inside the aircraft and rots the flooring and so on and so forth. So that's obviously something that they will have to inspect, I would imagine, on not frequently, but probably at least once a year, I would have thought. Inspect the main undercarriage anchor points, which are way below the flooring anyway. They're not sort of like attached to the flooring, but it is something that you need to obviously consider for any sort of like fractures or hairline cracks, because she's sitting on those mains for many years now. So the weight, even though she's stripped out, engine's gone. Still working on that 350. There's no one in there. Sue Taylor, I know a cabin crew from BA who flew around the world on Concorde. Wow. Chair Bryson, I think it's mutually beneficial for us and any airline that takes you up on it. Obviously referring to any training academy or anything like that with any airline. I'm very, I'm always up for stuff like that. Any airside project which involves really good content, but educational content as well. Wasn't that Phenom loud though? Wow. That lucky cadet as well, man. Just brilliant. Alex Hilton, can you get to the Airfix factory, Jerry? That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? They do some great models. But funny enough, I think it was actually some time back that I spoke with Paul from Aviation Retail Direct about doing a feature with their manufacturing plant in flight, because Paul has his own model collection, which you can get from Aviation Retail Direct. It's their own one, goes by the name of In Flight. Yeah, I'd love to do a piece on the sort of like how it's made kind of show. Off the cuff. Andy P, thank you very much indeed. David Osborne, colourful
the A380. Yeah, a couple of them are operating a couple of them. Do Air Canada will all their John Stoner asking about Air Canada. Obviously, within time, John, all of their aircraft, those that they're keeping, should I say, will be converted, painted in the new livery. Jazz saying, Dubai show to my daughters. One of my 13-year-old twins has emailed Emirates for scholarship opportunities. So thank you, Jerry and Jilly. There you go. That's 2 so far. Flipping it. Well, and we have had more. 5th pod is rarely used these days due to economic reasons. Oh, I don't know. Jeffrey Kirk. Sue Taylor loved the Dubai show. Maybe a hashtag campaign to save our Concorde. Well, she is already saved. You know, she is. What you've got to appreciate is that, you know, it's run by or operated, or, you know, it is on HAL, Heathrow Airport Limited, HAL property. So it would be something that would have to go through them. You know, all these sorts of procedures take so much time, and really, at the end of the day, it's got to land on the desk of the right person, because if it doesn't, it immediately gets either shredded or whatever it might be, or just left unanswered because people have got other things to do. Within 60 seconds sometimes. I've counted it when I take off. When I depart out of Heathrow, or anywhere really for that matter, especially on the short haul stuff. The flaps and slats are retracted within around about 60 seconds. Oh, JF Bryson mentioning Captain Nivedita. Yeah, the retirement for Captain Nivedita, which was actually slated as her final London Heathrow operation, but certainly not her final flight. She was actually booked to do or scheduled to do a flight in India. Not long after she returned back there, but it turned out that was postponed, or she was that she was not required on that flight, or whatever the reason it was, and so that was the very final flight out of London Heathrow for Captain Nivedita. Paul Trapil, is that why cabin humidity is 20%? Oh, I didn't know that, Paul. Great information, thank you for that. Ken Harrison. Well, Ken, I've got to say, in all fairness to Heathrow Airport, I don't know if she's... I'm actually not sure who owns that aircraft, whether it is Heathrow Airport Limited or whether it is British Airways. It'd be good to know. The fact that it is where it is, I think would... I'd look more upon it being operated by British Airways, because it is
outside or by one of their maintenance sheds. Of course, the whole thing about us talking about it being repositioned, put up on blocks, displayed a little bit better, that would then involve literally planning permission from Heathrow Airport Limited and also other authorities, I'd imagine. So that is probably why she is where she is, and perhaps British Airways, you know, I'm sure they're as, you know, as passionate about Concorde. Well, one would hope so anyway. It's just that there's a lot of executives who work for British Airways and other airlines who really, they're kind of brought in from non-aviation background, and really they're just all about the, oh hello, RTO by this Emirates 380. That is very rare. What's that all about then? Rejected takeoff. Aidan Campbell, I think it would be an experiment to see how long she deteriorates while exposed to the elements. Well, she's been there a long time, Aidan, since literally the day she ceased operations, that Concorde. So it's a long, long time ago. How many years is it since Concorde was retired and landed here for the last time? Many, many years ago. So she's done pretty well. She just needs a damn good wash. But the trouble is that once you've washed her, it will not be very long before she is back to being grubby again, unfortunately. Paul MK, good afternoon. Avro 4351 Mini YUL departures this time of year are charters to warm southern beaches as snowbirds continue to escape winter briefly. Interesting, okay. 767. Jason Moran off to Boston at the end of March, flying on a BA 380. Really looking forward to it. Wow, Jason. That's what we did, wasn't it? We flew the 380 to Boston. Boston. No? Oh, yeah. Sorry, we went on Virgin's 330 Neo. Miami on the 380. Hey, Sammy Castriata. Oh, okay, so it's not, wait, okay. Yeah, rejected take, not an RTO, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, but he's, okay, so it's a aborted takeoff then. Yeah, he's just rolled it, hasn't he? He hasn't hit the front, he hasn't put the throttles through the gate. Thank you, Screaming Emu. Got me terminology wrong. Rejected takeoff is where the power is applied and the aircraft is on the takeoff roll. Then they have to pull the thrust levers back, hit the brakes, and if that is the case, then they would have to go back to gate, I'd imagine, because of the heat on the brakes, depending on how far through the takeoff run they are. That was just literally a case of something not being ready, I'd imagine. What would you say? She's going around again, is she? Left turn, Clyde. controversial, isn't it? Is it? Is it?
No, that's very kind.
Paul Trapeel has very kindly gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Paul. Wonderful thing to do. Alex Hilton, the old planes at Duxford look great, really well looked after. Yeah, well, they're because it's a museum. This is not a museum piece. It's a static display. What's that? Say that again, GP. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they have got 2 friends. Oh, apparently they missed the slot, folks, and had to turn off the runway and rejoin. Wow, there you go. And that's coming from the passengers. 2 passengers on the aircraft now. Friends of one of our members. You catch that? Okay, well. So missed their slot. Interesting. Must have been very close then. Must have been really tight. Bacardi 60, what happened to the Concorde engines after retirement? Well, they just went to other museums, I think. I know that Brooklands have got one on display. There are Concorde engines on display. Snecma, wasn't it? It's the Snecma engine. There are other examples on display around the world, I imagine. Jennifer Jordan. It's great to see Concorde every week, HGC. John Grinham, does Air Serbia just have one A319? I'd imagine they probably have a few more. But I know what you're saying. Rosford is in Heathrow, owned by a Spanish and Qatar investment company. Yes, possibly something like that, but just bear in mind that you know, they still have a central division within Heathrow Airport Limited. Did you say? Did you say? It is by BAE. That's the reason why she is where she is. Heathrow said, right, well, you can keep her, but you have to park her on your own land. So at least they've done something, I guess. I don't know why they didn't incorporate it into Terminal 5, but that was HAL as well, wasn't it? Certainly would have been better than that big aluminium sort of like... It's a 330neo with Virgin Atlantic. I know it's called aerofoil or something like that, that piece of architecture at Terminal 2, I think it is. Unless you go right to the other end of it, you've got absolutely no idea what it is, because it's all covered in dust and grime and everything. It just looks like a load of alloy panels bolted together. I'm sure it looked great in on the drawing board. But to be honest with you, when you stand, you have to stand quite some way away from it to appreciate it, and even then you need to understand exactly what it is. Otherwise, you're clueless, because you have to go right to the top of it, at the top of the escalator, to see the aircraft at the front of it. So basically, what the alloy is doing is just resembling the airflow, as if it's got dye coming out the back of it. Missed that G-boy. Darn it. Sorry about that, folks. There it goes. I think that's it's the one we flew on, isn't it? The time, EK, is that EK2? I know. Arriving at a crazy time in the morning in Dubai. But it certainly seems to be a bit like Vegas. It's a city that never sleeps. Metropolis, I would call it, would be the best way to describe Dubai. The architecture there is stunning in terms of, you know, its design. I think they're all in competition against each other. All the different designers, and just crazy to see them. Okay, boom. Just saw there somebody mentioning boom. Got any updates on the boom engine supplier? Because I know that Rolls-Royce pulled the plug on their involvement with the boom engine project. James Wertel, boom will be a tax write-off. In Austin Cafe, CPA 007 just approaching Frankfurt, ETA 1525. And that Cafe Pacific freighter, that goes out, doesn't it, around about 6 o'clock, isn't it? Something like that. No, not yet. TCC, I want to thank Autopilot. My FedEx package US arrived in 36 hours. I reckon he seriously put his foot down on his 777. Okay, thank you. Qatar A380 has pushed back, folks. I had something similar the other week. There was some information paperwork missing for our flight. We taxied onto the runway and immediately off again to get out of the way of other aircraft. E2, the new E2 jet, I think that is. $40,000 feet by the time he gets there. Boeing
discounting production of the 747 was heartbreaking. Discontinuing, sorry, Chris Johnson, yes indeed. GN Man saying it's been dumped. Is that the Boom project? Minutes out for Cathay Pacific 747. I'd imagine she's going to go rogue. I think she'll probably land on this runway. Well, put it this way, I'm hopeful. What's that? What's that? Okay, okay, stick around for the 747 freighter later on then, folks. Bruce McDonald thought the engines were Rolls-Royce Olympus. They were, weren't they? But wasn't it a dual, a bit like the I think Rolls-Royce and another Snecma engine manufacturer got involved with it. It was a joint program, the engine, wasn't it? It was the Olympus, same as the Vulcan engine, I think. Of course, we were very, very honoured to be invited airside in Dubai. Probably, well, most definitely the only time there has been a live stream from Dubai, and probably, for now, the last time, I would imagine. We are in discussions about future projects that we're going to be doing with the airline, and that all involves very cool content, folks. VJ Menon, weren't the Rolls-Royce Olympus engine originally designed for boats? Well, I can imagine that. A big boat with a... but mind you, would have that been for some kind of like high-speed vessel or something? Because most of the engines that power these big boats are the ships, you know, the container ships and all that. They're actually, are they not... standard sort of like combustion engines, the type that you see, a giant version of what you see in trucks and stuff like that. Jennifer Jordan, Rolls-Royce Marine engines. James Wurtell, Concorde's paint looks better than some 350s. Question for the pilots on here: what sort of prompts would cause the aborted takeoff, passenger or engineering? Well, Cheryl, we have just quite clearly seen there and heard that apparently it is the fact that they missed their slot. So that would have been a just a technical delay in terms of the time the aircraft got to the roll-on point, I guess, something like that. No idea what that artwork is, but my friend's partner helped build it. Oh, Laura, yes, the artwork in the huge airflow aerofoil
structure at Terminal 2, London Heathrow. Go check it out online, folks. There's images of it, of course. Of course, the images give it much more, you know, justice in terms of visually. But when you're close up next to it, unless you're right at the top of the escalators and looking down on it, that's only when you go, oh, I see what this is. The amount of times I walked past it in the early days, just seeing it as a sort of like huge alloy superstructure. Ian Austin, his mate, visited Manchester yesterday and saw Concorde, of course, the Manchester Concorde, beautifully preserved and displayed in her very own hangar, looking very majestic, and you can actually see that was the aircraft that the Queen used for her whenever she travelled on Concorde, and you can sit in that very seat. I think it is amazing, beautifully preserved, like I say. Still got all the you know, the full flight deck in there. I think they might have even left the engines in there. I don't know. Rolls-Royce engineer. Always like his stuff. That is the Marine Olympus. Okay, I see. Yeah. Fred Bosman, beautiful wing. Beast heading east, Paul Skilling. This is a 777. Ironically enough, this one heading out to Dubai. Nice. Qatar 380. Is that another? Is he on tow? He's on tow, isn't he? That BA380 is. That's the one that came down from this end. He was sitting up here just now. Oh, blimey, look at all this. Aidan Campbell. The aircraft is planned to have a delta wing configuration similar to Concorde, but will be built with composite materials. Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I think Boom is just going to continually hit barriers when it comes to delays. And remember that Boom is probably half the size of Concorde in terms of its cabin. I think seating for around about 50 people, is that right? For Boom. So sort of like a, you know, extreme private jet. I think a lot of people are thinking that Boom will be the return of supersonic travel for passengers. Well, it will be, would be, but obviously it's only the elite who will get to travel it. Oh, here we go, Aidan Campbell. Florida Turbine Technologies will lead the engine design. Team will include engineers responsible for developing F-119, 135 supersonic engines in the US Air Force, F-22 and F-35 fighter jets. Wow. Okay, stand by. I'll get it before the... Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Discussion going on about it. Makes me laugh. But, you know. Anyway, whatever. Okay, here we go then, folks. Sorry about that. So I go and get me din-dins. Sunday lunch, not exactly a roast with 2 veg, is it? Unfortunately, but there you go. Apple pie and a burger. Okay, let's go to live chat. Okay, why can't I get live chat on there? I've got scissors, settings, and a cross. Chat filter. Top messages or all messages. Just do that. Boeing needs to pull their. Wow. Alaska Airways repeated the 7 Salmon 7 in April. It's actually the actual 7 Salmon 7 is actually yeah, they're taking it out of service, aren't they? I think that's the I read up on that. Well, I read something about it. Of course, the wind hasn't been blowing all this time, and then I get me bleeding food, and it's blowing a bleeding gale all of a sudden. But there you go, that is life, isn't it? Trying to fit quart into pint boom engines will need to be small, like military engines for civilian use. Of course they will be, yeah. Control allowed. Glance at the engine as well as forward as possible. Okay, yeah. Yeah, interesting discussions going on there about the boom engine. You want me to do a PC audio check here? Oh, mate, come on. Give me a break. Okay, GP. Gonna do a PTC. You ready? One, 2, 3. Captain Sky Marshal, very true indeed. Seat Guru is a great website to view seat maps. Yeah. Should you find yourself an MT neck of the woods, be more than happy to get you an insider's look at the operations. MT. Robert Hilton. Of course, we've done a study on McDonald's strategically placed airport McDonald's in the past, and of course continue to find them on our travels. Really? Andy, I agree with you. If they were to clear the area around Concorde, I mean, look at what she's surrounded by, man.
Okay, folks, it appears we are having a slight technical issue with YouTube randomly across the platform. Some people saying the audio is out, others saying that it's fine. Wayne Dyer, good afternoon to you. Watched the Dubai streams yesterday and last night, brilliant, fantastic. Thank you to you for that. BA should let Jerry set up on the Concorde's wing. No, no, very unstable platform. What's that, CP? Right. It's okay in Surrey. Okay, well, looks like it's a desktop related issue, folks. Oh God, no it's not. GM man saying pictures a few seconds before sounds drop. In the US, 5 to 7 seconds off. Laura, 3 weeks time I'll be at Heathrow, premiere in and probably enjoying a gourmet Mackies for my dinner. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but is it going to, are we going to have to start again? With 0 viewers? Oh. Okay, folks, stand by. We're going to do a reboot of YouTube. So please stand by. Don't go anywhere, and keep looking at your screen. Don't look around the eyes. Look into the eyes. Look into the eyes. Don't look around the eyes. Okay, GP, go for it. Chris, please remain seated with your seat belts fastened. Want me to do a PCTG or what? Am I live or what's going on? Yeah, you get a good idea of that, the aircraft when they pass overhead, whether the sound is in or out of sync. One apple pie, 2 apple pie, 3 apple pie. Thank you, McDonald's. That will be £1 million.
Perfect apple pie. I want one now, Sue. Boot will add my belly is out sync. Twan Pickers. Sound is simply sweet. Haha. Oh, very good. Excuse me. Len Scap off everything in apple pie order. Scott Cowles never had a problem with the sound. Sync rate. Mark Jenkins, funny. Captain Sky Marshal's got 2 apple pies, left and right. Very funny. Mince pies they are. Your mince as the old all that time we've had aircraft going past and then the sound going after it, Julie. That's all that time. Almost worth dumping it after this one. This stream. Oh, it must have been progressional. It must have been progressional. Yeah! General Electric G90.
Part 1 of the refreshments. The other part is the coffee, of course.
Ken Harrison, 777 off to DFW, Dallas Fort Worth. Oh! No, wait a minute, Julie. The mic is, I know somebody just saying there about the having to run the audio. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Only ever have one mic on, mate. Only ever have one mic on. Only ever have one mic on. I'm not driving a mini metro. I'm not driving a mini metro. I'm not driving a mini metro. No, all it is yeah, no. It's the yeah. I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna do it. There you go. Volume at max. Everyone's gonna be turning their flipping TVs down, aren't they? Blimey heck! Say a bit, did. I turned them down because of the interviews. Cashier number 4, please. Do that anymore, do they? I don't think. Oh, I do. Post office. Still. Beautiful A350. Big wing. Big ginormous. Almost like a glider wing. That's the ultimate
goal for any commercial airline manufacturer is to get that high aspect ratio wing as big and long as possible in order to maximize the efficiency of it, minimize the amount of engine usage in terms of getting the thing moving. Mind that. Oh, I say. Where's that one going, folks? Randy Bushbound, great shot. Thank you, Randy. A couple of pigeons can turn into an instant glider. Shots fired, ready, aim, fire! Roy Van Camp. No, that's just operations team letting off some bird scaring, or you know, I don't think it scares them, to be honest with you. I think they just sort of like hang around and wait for it to finish and then come back again. What's that? It's AK-8 or something landing. Singapore? Singapore, is it? Here now, the Slinger. There's the Qatar A380, which came in at the start of the show before Jerry went live. Sandy Humby saying yes. Rogue as well. She came in Rogue, which was just our bleeding luck at the time with all the technical issues dealt with now. Once again, Gilly on the case for that. Thanks, Gilly. Wow, he's going fast, isn't he? Look at that, from one corner to the other. Yeah. Okay, here we go. VS 156, 1 hour, 2 minutes out. Gary Lyon, thank you. Keeping us all posted. If you're wondering what VS 156 is all about, folks, we have a pilot flying his last mission in from Las Vegas before retirement. He's 65 years old next week. And that's Virgin Atlantic, one pilot down. Sailor Mike, thank you for the feedback. Dwyle Flonker. Fast indeed. JR, what is that? I don't really know. I know he's on a turn, he's on a left turn now. It's probably just a 737 or something stupid like that, isn't it? Taro's coming out. Taro plane. Monster jet. Oh, quite long. It's long. It's very long. This could be loud. This is very rare. Wow, look at this. Hot brakes, man. Look at this. I don't think that was hot brakes. I think that was just a late gear retraction. Any pilots want to get involved in that one? Because if it was hot brakes or it was a brake issue, then that would have been a lot longer down. But that was just a very late gear up procedure. Fantastic. Now, that, what have we got lined up? Because I'm just wondering whether this 380 is going to do some cloud busting for us. Big plume of exhaust there. She may be picking up speed. Although it looks very close to that cloud, the cloud is probably a good few thousand feet above it. But it's got a fast climb rate, I'm guessing, a steady climb rate. Just whether we're going to see any cloud busting examples. Don't think we are, or are we? I want to stay on it, to be honest. 777 or a 787, one of the two, making its way out. Here we go. No, it's just going to disappear. She's just going to disappear, isn't she? Seven, 8, 10. Yeah. It's quite interesting. I heard from a technician the other day that apparently the 777X engine, the 9X, the GE 9X, is actually being derated to below £110,000, which is quite interesting, isn't it? I wonder if that's just because of the size of the fan blades themselves, that it doesn't need to be rated. Of course, the 115B is the highest rated, but even the 115Bs, I believe, on the 200s, the LRs, and the hey, what's up? 3,800 feet. Kenwatt saying. Why is that? HGC, great shots, thank you. James Doink, Bumlight, CXM just over Harrow, LFC Ian. Is she coming in on the southern runway? I'm hopeful that she's going to do a rogue arrival. Aid P, just seen it on the BA app. LA girl, British Airways. Screaming in, you biz jets go up there for okay, something approaching what looks like the southern. This looks like something on approach. Rogue. Kaz says my dad used to enjoy ciggy and a whiskey in the cockpit back in the day. I know my dad definitely did as well. Always took a hip flask with him. Terrible health and safety back in those days, wasn't it? But you know, that's just the way the world progresses, is it not? But very funny. Chain smoked in the cockpit, to be honest with you. Tony Island, Cargo Lux passing overhead. Not going to catch it, Tony. Unfortunately, we've got some 10/10ths cloud over me at the moment. Well, actually, you know what? I've got a couple of breaks in it. Got broken cloud, so we'll have a look and see. Do any of these planes have the ability to go supersonic? Just curious. That is Stephen Rouse asking. No. Is the answer to that? Although if you bolted a GE90-115B as a single engine on a small aircraft, the thing is that you've not only got the issue of bless you, you've got the issue of the aircraft, the engine power, but you've also got the stability of the airframe at supersonic speeds. They're only built for a certain speed, and of course that's why Concorde is or was shaped as she was, delta wing, and all those sorts of crazy things going on with the sound barrier. What's interesting to note is the vortex generators or splitters just below the cabin, the cockpit canopy there, to divert the air either over or under the wing, one of the two. I'm not sure which one it is, but we've got a good piece on the Brooklands show, on the Brooklands Concorde, folks. If you want to tune into that, just go, just type Big Jet TV Brooklands Concorde or Big Jet TV Concorde or something like that, and you will stumble across it on YouTube. Quite an enlightening show, walking around outside and inside the aircraft with one of the technicians, ex-crew from Concorde, who are volunteers up there at Heathrow, at Brooklyn, sorry. Here now, little diddle Tarom. I think he's all the way down there, isn't he? You're right down there. He didn't do it. Crazy that the A380 has, even though it's a much shorter fuselage, has a taller tail for stability than its bigger brother, the 319, 320 and 321. Diane 78. My granddad used to love to go to Brooklands for the races. Yeah, still. If you drive around the Brooklands track, even up at the Tesco's there, you can still see a part of it. The big banking. It's slowly sort of like falling apart, all the concrete, but it's an amazing. And of course, they've got a part of it as well in the Brooklands complex, the museum. A great museum to go to, folks. If you ever get the chance, if you're ever around the Heathrow area or coming down here for a weekend, or you're spending a week down here or something like that, make sure you go and visit the Brooklands Museum, because if you're like me and you're into all kinds of engineering, motorsports, all that kind of heritage stuff. They got a Wellington bomber in there which was pulled up out of a lake. They got great examples of aircraft on static display outside some of the real classics. And I would thoroughly recommend going there. Great value for money, lovely personnel, lovely, you know, all the old sheds that they've got there. The volunteers are always willing to talk. If I was a volunteer, they'd be like, right, well, okay, well, thank you for that. It's 3 hours since we asked you to wait in the toilet. John Pierce, I heard the 318 has more power to weight ratio than Concorde had. Wow, really? The Concorde didn't weigh very much, did it? And those engines weren't exactly underpowered, were they? Those Olympus / Snecma. That bit at Brooklands that you can go on is crazy steep when you walk up it to realise it's almost vertical here now. So yes. Insane, man. Insane how steep that banking was. Well, to be honest with you, it needed to be. Even though those cars back in those days were archaic in terms of what we get now. But you know, in order to eliminate the things going over the banking over the top, which they did from time to time as well. Some real nightmare crashes at Brooklands. Anyway, there we go. Oh, is she? She's going in on the Northern, is she? Ah, how boring is that, man? Well, she's going out about 5:15, folks. So in 2 hours, we should catch that 747 going out. Have seen from time to time where they've actually used the nose load on the nose load on the 747-8, both on Singapore Airlines and on the Qatar A380, Qatar 747. Mike James, yeah, CX7 lining up, 09 left, unfortunately. Gary Lyon, went Brooks not long ago, got tons of photos. Our max is £155,000 and the most fuel I've taken is £28,000. Wow. Stuart Frodsham, yes we can, and yes we did. GP, could you hunt back and get do a timestamp on that Qatar 380 going out? Please. Wow, D-rated departure. Ken Watts, sorry. Turning for the north runway. James at Wortel. How many passengers on what, James? Kaz used to live near Datchet, right under the flight path. Wow, yeah. Gets terrible flooding there sometimes in Datchet. I was actually planning on moving there at one time, before very luckily landing up where I am. Concorde unladen was £203,000, laden £245,000. Wow. It's only £42,000 payload capability. Is that all up weight, the MTOW? Sorry folks, I'm just gonna cut away from that momentarily. It's a shame we haven't got whatever that is. Oh yeah. Is Cathay Pacific doing operationally now? Because at one point during the pandemic, this airline was close to bankruptcy, wasn't it? Some terrible stories coming out of Hong Kong about Cathay Pacific, the amount of aircraft being parked up. But not only that, a massive pilot shortage for Cathay Pacific, as there is with everybody at the moment. Nothing's 380 big, just container ships and apartment blocks. Yeah. Aidan Campbell can't miss a 747. You cannot, and if you Google it. Okay, the stream here is so good that my TV is about 15 to 20 seconds ahead of my PC when it's usually the other way round. Sailor Mike saying, fantastic. Liz Matthewman, Rab H, Marianne, Foxy B, LA Girl, gorgeous. What's gorgeous? Obviously a plane of some sort. Or was it a 747? Unladen dry, no fuel. 747 making a big sound. Hitting the reversers. Oh, hello. No. Yeah, they're good. Is it good? No, it's not. Okay, gear down on this Dreamliner. Gear doors will go up. Watch the gear doors go up. So again, that's another now that could potentially be either one of two things: hot brake scenario, or a brake failure, or a malfunction in one of the braking units, whereby the wheel is still rotating, and they need to give that around about 2 minutes before it rotates, or they're cooling the brakes because of hot brakes. I've been told by a few pilots that normally it's more likely to be a brake malfunction than it is a hot brake, because aircraft are generally given ruling in terms of hot brake departure, because if you need brakes during a takeoff run and you have a rejected takeoff, you need to have maximum power on those brakes. So there's a minimum brake temperature. He's weaving, isn't he? He's weaving. I wonder whether that is hot brake. I think there's a minimum turnaround time. I think it's a minimum amount of time that you need to cool the brakes, around about 90 minutes. So for bigger aircraft, especially something like the A380, speaking to one of the technicians telling us that sometimes, or the ground crew will ask them, especially in hot climates when they arrive, whether or not they've, some of these aircraft are fitted with cooling fans as well. It's an optional extra, but it's also something that the ground operations team are able to service. There they go, they're going up now. Are able to service the aircraft when it's on the ground by using fans on those brakes that the crew, this is something that I learnt from Lee. When you touch down, the ground crew will ask, any of your brakes hot? And if it's number 4 or number 3 or whatever it might be, they have mobile fan units that they will use on the wheels, on the braking systems, to cool the brakes, to ensure that they have the turnaround time that they need. Roger that. Still waiting to go, isn't he? Run, Mars, run! 764. Okay, overflies I can do now if there's anything. But yes, the spinning wheel scenario is yeah, they do get hot, but and especially on long taxis, but there is a minimum temperature or a maximum temperature that the brakes that the aircraft are able to operate at in terms of takeoff, purely for safety reasons. That you know, you need your full braking power availability available should the situation arrive where you have an RTO. So if you've got hot brakes going up to the runway, then you know, that will have to be monitored. But most of the time, I personally believe that it is a brake failure. When I say a brake failure, I'm just talking about one of the braking units that has failed to brake the wheel assembly in terms of, you know, stopping it from rotating, because a rotating wheel is okay rotating forward, but when you bring it up and it's horizontal, it puts a significant amount of pressure on the bearings and the components within the hub assembly itself. So that's why they need to bring that brake and allow that wheel to stop spinning up to a certain rotational speed, I would have thought. Secondary axis freak, call to watch the 787 perfect its gear before retracting, tuning in from Arkansas. Tarom on the threshold, see it here now. There it is, she's rolling. The diddle plane. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Jumbo always takes preference, doesn't it? Little Tarom jet. Physics say the brakes won't overheat the brakes during a taxi unless that taxi is at 80 knots and stopping every 2 minutes on a very long taxi. Tim Rotunda, very good. Thank you very much indeed. Great feedback there. So really, you're not going to get massively hot brakes Of course, they're designed and developed to dissipate heat whilst the taxi is, because they're ventilated. The discs are ventilated as well, so it's the whole system of the aircraft. And of course, some aircraft do come with brake fans already in the system itself. Avro Arrow's got a soft spot for Taron. Wow, it's a steep takeoff, isn't it? Or is it? Here in Canada, 777-300. Yeah, cool. Giving her, is she holding position? Nice. Which link is that? VS 156, 37 minutes out over Whitehaven. Thank you, Sue Cruz and Sharon Case. Folks, get ready to give this guy a retirement present, yeah? Even though we're going to have a very brief shot of him, he's retiring from service, 20 years flying commercial jets. He's 65 in a couple of weeks or however long, and we wish him all the best. With Virgin Atlantic, this is VS 156 we're looking for on Flight Radar 24. Captain Sky Marshal, maximum taxi speed 28 knots or 30 knots. Most pilots taxi 10 to 20 knots, so it's possible to get hot brakes when busy ground traffic. Yeah, stopping and starting, of course, applying the brakes every however many feet it might be. Roy Van Can, even aircraft come with carbon or steel brakes. Most of the modern jets running carbon components. He's coming over here for something. What's he coming over here for? He's gonna push that 350, possibly. Louise Morehouse, what membership? What hotel perks can I get as a member? We need to sort that one out with the Courtyard, don't we? Hilton Garden Inn are the ones that we've got the big perks on at the moment, folks. 30% discount, 30. Now, if you're staying here for a few days, that amounts to a lot, I'll be honest with you. .747 on the move. Penny Haskins, really interesting in Dubai. No. 747 and Concorde. So yeah, folks, we have a discount in place with these folks here at the Hilton Garden Inn. Room 747 is one of the ones you need to check out over there. Great views down the southern runway. What's happened? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Where the Wellington boots are. Near there or below it or above it. Brilliant. Screaming Emu, you want cool metal, you do indeed. Saudi Arabian Hercules C-130 heading your way just over Harlow, Wayne Dyer saying. Interesting. Okay, just over Harlow. Heading your way, east or west or what? A little bit more info on that. High engines, jets like G5s and Globals taxi with a reverser bucket popped precisely to save on brake wear and heat. Yes, we've seen that on a number of occasions, Screaming Emu. That's interesting that you mentioned that, because that is something that we have observed, but I thought it was just a case of them testing the reverser buckets, but no, used a bit like the old days with the 727s, no doubt, to give them a bit more stopping power and lengthening the life of the brakes. Yeah, honestly, go and have a look. It is obviously the Hilton Garden Inn at Hatton Cross. That is where the discount is, folks, not the one at T2. I'll be honest with you, the one at T2, I'll be perfectly honest with you, I don't think the views are as good. I think I've been up on the top. The problem with that is that the edge is so far away, you get a very limited view on top of the deck at T2 Hilton. Probably a few of the rooms are great, I would imagine, overlooking the airfield. But again, you're still kind of restricted with your left and right vision, because the side of the structure protrudes quite some way, a bit like it does at the Renaissance. Great views at the Renaissance, but you're kind of restricted to like a 500-yard visual left to right. I think it's around about 500 yards, but we'll have to check that out. But because of the structure of some hotels, even the courtyard has, go stay at the courtyard definitely, but don't expect to stay in a room where you've got runway views. It's more about the top deck, the observation deck, up in the 2 bars that they've got there at the Courtyard Marriott. This guy's low, man. Yeah. No. Who's he? Oh, okay, right, yeah. Oh, right. Is there? Oh, that's brilliant. Hounslow Town Centre. I love that. That's brilliant. I hope he sees that. Rolls-Royce, I think. Yeah, come on, girl. Looks like that's eastbound. Yeah, more Trent. Did we get any feedback about that Qatar 380 with the late gear retraction? It's quite interesting there. I'd love to sort of like, you know, delve into that, because that was very late. It was almost like, well, wow, this is hot brakes, but maybe the positive rate gear up lever went up, but they just didn't react for whatever reason. I think that's worthy of a post, that is, so that we can discuss it, get some pilots involved in it. Great to have pilot feedback, as well as anybody else who has an engineering mind, if you know what I mean. James Cridland, VS156 over Manchester now. She's closing in. Screaming email, I miss flying the 402. Nice, that's properly fun flying. Diane78, nice growling American VS156 due in at 402. Justin Hanley saying there, I think. Nick Gray, burning raw fuel in a can. Okay. What's going on here? What are we doing here? Oh, is that? Oh, okay. It's the rubbish coming off, is it? She's obviously just been it's come straight from operations to. He's a big lad, isn't he? See, just as a find that you know, even the most successful businessmen and women around the world started in that position, learning the ropes right from the ground up, and that's kind of in an industry like this, you really do need to have roots, ground roots. Is that what it is? Ground, knowledge and experience. Andrew Webb is a new member to Big Jet TV. Very warm welcome to you, Andrew. JF Bryson, doesn't auto brake avoid the need to press the brake pedals on landing? JF Bryson, you're absolutely right. Indeed, auto brake, brake to vacate, and of course the auto brake system. Sometimes you can feel that the pilot might interrupt that braking procedure, and all of a sudden, like we did with the 380 rollout the other day, felt all of a sudden there was a big load of pressure on the brakes. Now, whether that was the auto system kicking in, or whether that was the pilot themselves applying those brakes. Tim Rotunda. VX156, Virgin 156, now number 6 on flight radar, folks. Let's get him to number 1. He's a retiring pilot with Virgin Atlantic, been there with for 20 years flying commercial jetliners, so would have seen some great stuff in his day. What is that approaching from to west? It's big and it's got 4 engines, possibly I'd imagine a jumbo jet. I don't know how much they've got going on or coming off this Cathay freighter. Fantastic fact to note, I thought spoilers did. What's that James Wortel's talking about? The braking of the aircraft, the slowing down of the aircraft. Simon White, welcome back, Simon. Joining us back on Big Jet TV membership. Bob M, runway change. Blimey, Bob, you got a gold star. Should know by now. 09s, never any runway change on 09s. Only on 27 operations. RGM, good day to you. Fun fact, spoilers don't really slow you down much. What they do is kill lift and get the weight on the wheels to increase the efficiency of the brakes. Wow. Now that is something I did not know, Screaming Emu. That is a brilliant factoid. So the ground spoilers on the wings that come up when they land is actually more about pushing the wing down onto the main undercarriage so you get maximum efficiency for braking. Wow, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. So imagine the power that those spoilers push down onto the it's an aerodynamic effect, isn't it, really, I'm guessing. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Wonderful fact, thank you. Sandy Humby and lots of other people making a point of that. Screaming Emu, if the wing is still flying, the brakes aren't working efficiently. Spoilers up stops the wing from flying and gets all that weight on the brakes. There we go. Yeah, great factoid. Because that's what you need, is maximum braking efficiency. So, I mean, I'd imagine that they do go some way to creating a certain amount of air brake, so to speak. But like he's saying there, that is primarily the point of spoilers. Thank you. Rachel Dickinson, 5 months to wait till flying London to Sydney. Have the pleasure of being on a 380. Wow. Who are you flying there with, Rachel? Captain Sky Marshal, low or medium settings of brakes are being selected based on weather conditions, runway length, etc. Yes. Brakes settings. Oh, we have a 380 coming out, folks, and she is flying. And we have a 380 inbound as well. So not long to wait. Hello, what's that little thing there? What's that little thing? Oh, wow, look at that, ATR. Give it another, I'd say, 10 years, and you'll see these hybrid jets coming into hybrid aircraft. Well, completely carbon neutral, hydrogen powered aircraft, electronically powered. Can you imagine stepping onto a plane and just seeing the props rotate but not hearing the engines go? It's just nothing, pure silence. An amazing thing. And I would imagine very, very safe, as safe as a combustion engine, traditional combustion engine powered aircraft. Charlie Redpath is following Virgin VS 156. Let's follow him, folks. His name is Mark, ladies and gents. 65 years young, about to reach the retirement age for pilots, here in the UK at least, I think. So, okay, we think his name is Mark Guest, and no doubt he will be the flying pilot, I'd imagine. Let's get him to number 1, folks. Come on. Lovely old 767. Look at this. Yeah, come on. Big old oil burners, Pratt & Whitney's buzzsaw engines, as some Americans call them. So we're tracking VS156, folks, in from Las Vegas, the very final flight for Mark before his retirement. So just needs to keep himself busy. That's the key. When you retire, never retire, if you know what I mean. Stay active, remain active, get involved in something like, you know, I would get involved in something like becoming a volunteer, perhaps, at a museum, because I could talk all day long to anyone. Just put 50p in the slot and I won't stop talking for an hour. Yeah, something like that, or just, you know, I mean, depends on as an individual. Depends on you as an individual in terms of your what you want to do, really. But whatever you do, don't just sit around and read a newspaper and do nothing, because there's nothing worse. Stay active, God bless you. Simon Pendlebury is a returning Big Jet TV member. Welcome, Simon Pendlebury. What a fantastic, very English name there. There's another 380 about to land as well. Wow. Rab H feel 21 but look 81. Mark is 65 in 12 weeks or so. It's as old as you feel, really, at the end of the day. Yeah. Tell you what, when you've been depends on what you've been doing in your life, isn't it? In terms of, you know, how good or bad you feel. But you've got to be positive, or always approach life with a positive mental attitude. Simon Pendlebury is saying that VS156 has just flown over his house. Give him a wave, Simon. Zira! Oh, whoa. Missed it. Darn it. Oh man. That's all you're gonna get, I'm afraid. Sorry about that. Oh, what a shame. What was Singapore? The 380 touching down, or? No, Singapore 747, is it? Oh no, man. Oh, what? Oh. Oh, that is... Okay, we've got him at number 3, folks. Just as a retirement present, folks, let's get Captain Mark in at number 1 on Flight Radar 24. Even if it is momentarily, everybody follow 156 VS 156. Easy for you to say. A VS 156 on Flight Radar 24. Jump on it right now, folks, and let's give him a nice welcome home present. Where is it, Jenny? Darren Graham Photography, one of those dodgy helicopters coming over. Yeah, it is. He's what out, GB? Julie Victory. Over 1,000 people tracking Mark now. What's that? Right. Charlie Redpath, 15 minutes to get Captain Mark to number 1. Come on, folks, you can do it. Well, I need to follow it, don't I? Just to start with, for God's sake. What'd you do? Literally search on Flight Radar 24? VS. Go to the search. Excuse me. Okay. I got it. Pull down. No, not there. No, it's not. You can't pull it down. What are you talking about? Pull it down. Oh, there we go. Most tracked flights. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's number 3. Excellent. He's number 3. Come on, folks. On the hit parade. It's the first time I've ever done that. I'm bleeding useless, aren't I love that exhaust. Yeah, listen to this. 10 minutes, folks. 10 minutes. Come on. Number 1, please. Step to it. Come on. Yeah. So any BA 777-200 with General Electric engines on are, I believe, the early 777-200s, then switched to Rolls-Royce due to the problems that they incurred with the General Electric engine early on, British Airways being the launch customer for that engine as well, of course. General Electric had to fly out to the UK and literally come to the headmaster's office. Now look here! These bally engines you were giving. Problem with the combustor and all that stuff, you know. Now, if I was his number 2, folks, if I was his neighbour, I'd probably arrange with somebody in the street to get their hose out. Pardon me? No, you know, get the garden hose out. Give him a water salute when he comes home in the car. Oh, bless him. Now just approaching Bovingdon. What's that, GP? He's number one, folks. Thank you. Congratulations, Mark. Oh, really? Apparently that helicopter been denied crossing access because he was unaware of the... Tell you what, when I was driving here, I noticed one of those budgie helicopters was flying awfully close to the airfield in terms of a departing aircraft, and he's just been sent on his way. Look. Nats have said, "Go on, sod off." If you don't know your parameters or your bits and bobs, then oofed with you. Oh, it's a 787-10, isn't it? Oh my God, he's going to watch the show and he's going to go, "No, Jerry, it's not the 350-1000. It's the 787-10 and the 777-300 that has the 350 doesn't have it." And of course, a lot of people were probably saying that earlier on when I was mentioning it. You stupid boy. Okay, turning now just over, just follow it south of Charlefont St Giles. The extension arm, the extension arm on the undercarriage. So sorry to anybody earlier on who I may have massively confused on that one. Probably didn't confuse them because they were like, "Oh God, he's off again. He don't know what he's talking about." Fair enough. Okay, so just literally on the B of Beaconsfield now is VS 156. Sorry, in from Las Vegas. Interesting, talking about Air India. We've all heard of these big orders that they've been putting in with aircraft manufacturers, but also putting massive orders in because the order book it has to tally with the engines as well. And they have recently announced one of the largest engine orders in commercial aviation history with General Electric. Including 40 Gen X engines, that will be for Dreamliners, 20 GE9X engines, that will be for 10 777X aircraft, and more than 800 LEAP engines from CFM International. Now that is a big number there, folks. 800 LEAP engine would amount to 400 aircraft. Whether that's the A220 or whether that is Neo jets, we're not sure. Or actually, maybe 737 MAX. Indeed, it probably is 737 MAX, I would have thought. Seeing as those are all, by the sounds of it, Boeing-related orders. Rolling the ball. Oh, here's a good bit of news, because you remember all that silly stuff going on a while back about single pilot operations, which I right from the get-go was like, stop being stupid and stop posting stuff. And I was literally monitoring my LinkedIn feed with people getting involved in that, because it's just a crazy at this stage of the game, and for many years into the future, single engine, single pilot cockpit occupancy and flying. Is that him? Is that him turning in, Gilly, on the back of over there? There's, yeah, the news is that the European Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, responsible for regulating and controlling aviation safety procedures, have finally rejected the proposal for to develop single pilot airline commercial flights. So it ain't happening. Actually, is that VS156 in the back there turning in, or is he still a way off? Yeah, that's him. That's him. So thousands of people watching that aircraft right now on approach. VS156. Captain Mark at the controls. His final flight. Still some way off. I'll be able to get this 380. He's on approach now. We're going to get this 380 rolling out, folks. We'll get Captain Mark before he touches down. Watch the outboard wings flex up, folks. More or less right at the point of rotate. See them straightening out now. Flexing upwards now. Look at that, man. Spectacular shot. Big full 180 turn for the big lad. Gonna come back to Captain Mark, folks. Thank you for getting him to #1, ladies and gentlemen. You're a great lot, you are. Wet. John Stoner, fantastic shot of the BA380. Thank you, John. It was a beautiful shot, wasn't it? This time of the day, as the aircrafts climb out, you see that heat coming out of the engines. Now, unfortunately, I think Mark will more than likely park in the little cul-de-sac, as Captain Chris Pole calls it. So this is the last we're going to see of him, unfortunately, I believe, unless he runs it long and taxis out and round this way. But it's quite rare that that has happened. He'll do a easy right over crest, don't cut when he makes his exit from the runway. us right now, Jelly. It must be approaching a breakneck speed. It's quite low and all. Congratulations, Mark. We all wish you collectively a very happy retirement. Wow, he's flat out, isn't he? Rolling the ball. Might get a little glimpse of him, maybe. He runs it long. Go on, run it long, Mark. Oh, I hope he reads the comments on here later, Captain Mark. You've got a timestamp, GP. You've got looks like it is a runway inspection on 09 right at the moment. Oh, everybody wishing Mark a happy retirement, and yes, indeed we do, folks. We do wish you a happy retirement. Oh. Les Donaldson, I flew to Toronto the week after the wreck was still sitting. Is that the Air France 330 that sort of like slewed off the end of the runway? Everybody survived. Crazy. Number one on landing, Diane 78, 4,900 watching, only 2,000 likes. Please hit the like button, Ken Wack 100. Thank you, folks. Yes, always appreciate a like. If you fancy hitting that like button, we would obviously very much appreciate it. If you don't, then fair play. It's absolutely up to you. Okay, looks like that's he's going to turn off. Oh, isn't that lovely? Are you out and about, Jelly? Are you walking around or something, or? Okay, okay. Did you put the I just did it 20 seconds ago. Oh, okay, all right. Aidan Campbell, did you get his last name, or is that confidential? I don't know if it's confidential, but let's just leave it that way for the time being. Always, if it's questionable either way, whether it is or it isn't, rather make it isn't. I did. It was actually. Was it his daughter who put his wife? Sorry, who put it on chat, Julie? We don't know. Anyway, if she wants to come on and say. Oh, it was an email. Okay, so it was an email. Too many to mention for wishing Captain Mark a happy retirement. Thank you very much indeed to everybody. LFC Ian not going long, sadly. It is an unfortunate thing that, but there we go. I think he's going to park up in the cul-de-sac area. And as he turns and comes round through the cul-de-sac or past the control tower to his left, all the way across and around, and parks it on that lineup where the 380 is there, because they do park Virgin down that line there as well from time to time. Load of mischief. David, thank you. Les Donaldson on a BCAL 707 still had Qantas's reg inside. Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? Darren Graham Photography just had a lovely message from air traffic control, the Nats folks up there in the tower, to VC1VS156, retiring captain and back from captain to all at Big Jet TV. Oh, wow, man, that's crazy. Just had a lovely message from ATC to VS156, retiring captain, and back from captain to all at Big Jet TV. Oh, isn't that lovely? Thank you, sir. That is. We feel honoured, and I've got big goosebumps and my legs have frozen off. Ewan MacArthur, back in the day, the old RAF TriStar still had the Pan Am markings. Wow. When you say still had the Pan Am markings, are we talking about inside or where? Or are you saying that they painted over the Pan Am markings and almost you could still see the wherever the livery was, or the seal and so forth? Wow, so many comments, and thank you, sir. Isn't that lovely? It's the least we can do as far as a retirement flight goes. Again, any airlines who've got a very sort of like a pilot retiring with a lot of history with the airline, then please, you know, don't hesitate. Give us a call. We would be we would love to cover any of those operations for you, especially for the flying pilot as well. How did he know, mate? How did he know? ATC must have been. ATC must have been informed, maybe, or I don't know. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, but we said that. Oh, okay. So, but he probably still has no idea that he got to number one. Okay. Yeah. Fantastic. Ewan MacArthur flew with Ward Air on the 747. Wow, yeah. Ward Air 747. Remember them at Gatwick? Mind you, I remember the Tradewinds CL44 swingtail at Gatwick. That's how old I am. Beautiful day for your last flight, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day. Look how little that 320. I mean 321. I don't know until it's fully in view, but really just off it. Ian Crooks. No, thank you, Ian. Always great to have positive feedback from people, and we really appreciate it. But we love you right back. It literally what we are doing here. It takes two to tango. God bless you, blimey, all right, and all that, me lurky. How we doing? Oh, still is that coming off? Is that coming off? Is that tomatoes? Chris B8 said that Mark taxied past the tower. Yeah, so he's gone to the right of the tower there, or may have gone to the left into the cul-de-sac, or to the right. So okay, if he's gone to the right of the tower, that kind of means that he's either parked on that far gates down there, but unfortunately it doesn't look like he's going to come round this side. Wouldn't that be fantastic if he did? Oh, okay, Roy Van Can's docking at stand 331. So yeah, that's it. Thank you, Mark. Thanks for the memories. bird right there. Fresh order of planes for ARD. What's that? Someone just watching the show from earlier on and have just got on the ARD bit about the wear trousers with pockets down the side. Oh, I'm perfectly warm, thank you. Got me Michelin Man trousers on today. I'm actually well insulated against the cold. Christian Taco, no, I wouldn't imagine that Captain Mark would have got a water salute. Wouldn't have thought so anyway. Screaming emu. Hello, what's that? Hello, hello, hello. What's that long range? Hey, what you doing there then? He's coming in on this runway, is he? Or is he just taking a big long run at the northern? He's approaching from the south. TCC, I don't think so. You got the voice. Mark Jenkins felt quite teary when Mark just guessed. Oh, it's Mark Guest, is it? Landed. What service keeping people safe across the pond at night and day for 20 years? There we go, yeah. Hey, look, let's be honest with you. And I remember this from when my dad retired. Literally, one day he was flying the big jets, and the next day, I think he was given the opportunity to fly some of the puddle hopper routes, I believe, on the turboprops. I don't know if that's still an option, or whether now you retire and that's it. But either way, it is a kind of crazy thing that you literally get home and that is it, or you turn that aircraft off and that is it. No more. You're not going to get a call next week say, hey Mark, you know what? Before your birthday, do you mind quickly doing a San Fran for us or something like that? It ain't going to happen. That's it. It's all over. But is that where your life really starts? Is that where your life, the second part of your life adventure begins? I would like to think so. It depends on what you want to do, things that you haven't done with your life that you may be able to explore. And at 65, let's be honest, there's a lot of, you're still well fit at 65. I'm only, am I 59 now or am I 59? I'm only 6 years off of it myself, so and I feel like if I retired tomorrow, I'll just sleep for about a year. No, I'm only joking. I wouldn't be able. I will never retire. Put it that way. I'll be standing here with me Stanner stair lift and Ewan MacArthur. Bob, do you remember a guy who had an airline called Laker? Wow, yeah, Lakers Skytrain, Freddie Lakers, the instigator of the cheap airfare, wasn't he, old Freddie? With the DC-10s, Lakers Skytrain DC-10s. Somebody who used to, isn't one of our members? Didn't their dad or someone design the Lakers Skytrain? Livery, not the Laker livery, but the Skytrain livery. I've got a sticker on my case, on one of my Pele cases. Nice big high aspect wing on the 787. Another one of British Airways 788s.
eastbound by the looks of it. Blimey. Is it a bit of a rush, isn't he?
It's a good question. Big American heavy. Yeah.
That's a good question. Somebody just mentioning there. Retired from passenger service. Is he now able to go on and fly freighters? Is there an age limit on freighter pilots? Perhaps can they fly for another 5 years or something like that? That'd be pretty cool. But to be honest with you, he may be just done with it. He's had enough. Q8. Yeah. Aziz. Was it Russell? Was it Russell? It was Russell in Dubai who came up and said hello when I was waiting in the Costa at the Emirates, on the Emirates terrace outside their offices, which overlooks the airport. Yeah, just engines starting literally left, right, centre. But Russell, been with us since the Patreon days with Big Jet TV. And it was actually him who instigated the whole Donata thing as well. So we got to thank Russell for in a big way for putting or being an influence in the Dubai trip. But yeah, fantastic. Sailor Mike found this from ATP here in the US. Over the next 20 years, 80,000 airline pilots are retiring. United Airlines alone estimates half of their 12,500 pilots will retire over the next 10 years. Folks, if you heard Captain Abdullah make the comment when we were in Dubai just towards the end of the closeout, you'll hear him mention it on the shortened version or the edited version of the Emirates Flight Training Academy that we're going to put out. Globally, I think this is right, over 7 pilots per hour are required. Try and sort of like fathom that and you will be amazed. 7 pilots an hour globally are needed to counteract the pilot shortage. So that's why they're investing so much in youngsters for the future. You know, you need these 17, 18, 19-year-olds, and that's why the youngsters at the EFTA were very. It was very much like Hogwarts, put it that way. Yeah, clear skies. or 7 pilots every 2 hours or something like that. Is it? We were literally meters away from either that one or its partner jet when we were in Dubai. I think it might be 7 pilots every 2 hours, not every hour. I think it might be 7 pilots every 2 hours. I'll have to... Either way, it's an incredible statistic and a massive shortage of pilots globally. Not generally affected by this. It was not a pandemic related statistic. It was just a case of there is, because of the demand in passenger travel, you need more jets, therefore you need more pilots, and that's the story behind it at the moment in terms of pilot demand. And that's not just happening with Emirates, folks, that's happening all across the globe, especially with these guys here, Cathay Pacific. So many people during the pandemic, I remember reading about the pilot shortage, but it was just the case that so many pilots are now retiring. Well, it's a standard thing, isn't it? But not enough are being recruited. A 2-year part-time modular route is also available, allowing you to work while you train, Aidan Campbell saying. It requires a huge financial investment. Training can cost anything between £70,000 and £130,000. Well, yes, but let's be honest, if you are able to afford that, well, I wouldn't say afford it, maybe be sponsored by a member of your family or something like that. It is an investment that will be paid back, just so long as you are as committed as they want you to be to be able to do that. Lee Nightingale, my niece's husband, a perfect example of that. He was very lucky to get sponsorship from his grandparents, and he has obviously since paid them back. I'd imagine, you know, the capability of a twofold payback. Beautiful, love that. Westbound. Oh, look at that. Air Mauritius, is it? Nice. A339. Sailor Mike, going to be more planes than pilots indeed. Trainee pilots need to hold good GCSE passes in mathematics, English and science. A second language will also prove useful, Aidan Campbell. Well, I think it is imperative that you speak fluent English, because that is the global language, is it not, for pilots. Interesting, when we flew out to Dubai, 18 crew with speaking 21 languages. Very impressive. Oh, excuse me. Right, you're all set, yes, sir. It's a big one on the turn there, isn't it? Mark Jenkin always feel more vulnerable on a night flight across the pond. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I prefer a night flight across the pond. Because it reduces the amount of fatigue, I find anyway, especially coming back from the US. Always prefer a night flight. Missed that one. Don't know whose jumbo that is. Beautiful. 767. Here we go. Terry Stapley, the airlines should recruit and train pilots themselves. Well, it's kind of what Emirates are doing, but obviously, you know, it costs money to do that, and you need a commitment. You need a commitment, a financial commitment from the employee or the trainee. Otherwise, you'd have millions of them all flocking there with, you know, blagging it. You'd have a lot of blaggers. Yeah, it's a bit of a, you know, you've got to show commitment, and that commitment would be through your education, your O levels or GCSEs or O levels, GCSEs. Or grades or whatever they might be from university or whatever, but it's certainly oh, gosh, crossing the T's and dotting the I's. It's a twin engine, isn't it? Is it a twin engine? Yeah, it is. No. Yes, it is, yeah. I don't know what... Oh, sun's definitely strong now, man. It's a 346 TCC and Paul Skilling saying together, 346 westbound, Lufthansa 346. Simon Dinsmore watching both of those flying over my house. Cool. Captain Sky Marshal, hypoxic waiter. My brother is off on a special holiday with his partner on that Mauritius 330 Neo. Wow, how cool is that? Hypoxic waiter. Interesting name. Do you serve hypoxics? Nick Gray, there must be a quicker process for ex-military pilots to get qualified for commercial. Right, Nick Gray, well, yes. However, the problem is that airlines are preferring to recruit younger pilots than pilots, say, in their 40s or something like that. Sort of like 35 would be I guess, I wouldn't say a cut-off point, but they would prefer pilots to be of a younger age, so they just give more that they're able to be in service for longer, I'm guessing. Carl Hanlon. Many years ago, BEA BOAC trained their own at Hamble, which was the College of Air Training. Wow. Yeah, but obviously you needed to... wow, look at Qatar's triple. No. Yes. Yes, no. Oh, okay. Cabin crew, hypoxic. Okay, I'm with you, yeah.
EGPX Roy Van Can. ICAO rules state that language of ATC is English. However, pilots of a non-English speaking country can utilise the language of that country. Interesting. Well, I find that quite interesting because if you're flying, if somebody from Iran, for example, you're landing in Germany, you would not expect the native air traffic control to speak Iranian. I think it's just generally accepted that across the board the language is English. Not I say English, but English as in American. The English language. You don't have to know Shakespeare or anything like that. Forsooth, I am on approach. I twain within the 10-mile route. Here I stand and fly with nothing but my wings and cockpit. We are currently at 10,000 feet. Horatio. Or something like that. Anyway, yeah. James views that's why it's rare for English-speaking pilots to be recruited by non-English-speaking airlines. That's why it's rare for English-speaking pilots to be recruited. Jan, I completely disagree with that. It's more likely you're going to get recruited if you're English-speaking, is it not? Screaming Emu. If you fly to Montreal, they all speak French. Okay, so, wow, that's interesting. Well, yeah, no, I know it's French, a French colony originally, blah, blah, blah. Dave Beeler, some interesting ATC audio tapes on JFK controllers having trouble understanding foreign pilots and vice versa. Yes! But they speak in English. Pidgin English maybe, but they speak in English. It's definitely a lot easier said than done, isn't it? You know, especially when you're dealing with an American controller who definitely they speak very, very quickly. American 49 clear, take the next exit on the right. Air Canada, taking on the left hand side. Air India, hold and wait on the diddly dum and all that. But you know, it's like, you what? Sorry. Taxi to link 5, hold at Alpha. It's like, okay. Especially when you've landed. It could be quite a long list of taxiways and commands that you needed to listen to and understand. And the Americans have a very well known for being massively quick. I don't like it because they speak English to you, but they speak French to everyone else and each other, so you have no idea what anyone is doing around you. Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. If you've got a... Yeah, but wouldn't they warn you if... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Clairport, is there a listing or timetable anywhere of the 787 Frankfurt flights? Well, that's because you're not
The first spent college, Simon. I mean, to be honest with you, the ATC job is very sort of like repetitive, I have to say, depending upon which division you're in. You know, if you're in the ground, it's like, you know, you're approving pushbacks and starts, and then you hand it over to departures or whatever it might be. You know, and it's all down to the ATC, but it's a very repetitive job, very skilled one, but very repetitive. You know, climb and maintain 3,000 feet, contact so and so on 119.40. Thank you and goodbye. You know, it's not like, you know, they have to do special, unless of course it's very, very busy in the skies around the airfield, especially when you've got a lot of diverts like you do with we had with Storm Eunice. 10 go-arounds all in the one after the other during Storm Eunice. So you can imagine that's where the skill level really kicks in with the air traffic control and the fatigue as well. So I'd imagine that they probably had backups literally sitting there waiting to take over from their colleagues in those cases, you know. But really, you know, it is all about how clear you are as an individual in terms of your communication skills on the, like I say, in America it can be very nice, you turn right on and you get in the runway. Okay, American 575 heavy, you need to turn left there, sir. Okay, right. No, hold at that position there, American 25. All right, mate, all right. This is Emirates, it's 339 with Big Jet TV members family on board. It's got a bit of condor about it, hasn't it? Nice. Safe travels. Have a lovely time on holiday in the Seychelles, you luckies. Where'd you read that from? Don't quite sound the same though, does it? Doesn't roll off the tongue very well, does it? Okay, sounds like a can of Coke. It's a long way away, that cloud, but I tell you what, I think we might have a bit of cloud bursting going on here, folks. You see that cloud off there in the distance, where a previous aircraft maybe has broken through. Break out. No, he's. I think that's where the Mauritius went through, possibly. Just gonna see if I can track him through that cloud. Hold on. Exactly the same flight path as that previous jet. Should hit the cloud any moment now. Oh, forget that. Let's just watch this beautiful 350 in the turn. Look at that. Beautiful. Great, I think factoid of the day has got to be the one from Screaming Emu about the ground spoilers. The fact that they're not actually used so much for speed braking, although they probably are quite efficient in that, but the purpose for them is more to create pressure over the wing to keep the aircraft down on the ground to stop it from trying to fly, and also maintaining maximum pressure on the brakes, downward force on the wheels, so the brakes can work efficiently. Our visor's coming down now. Level out. beautiful wing profile. Oh, 747 main cargo door is now closed. So what we need is the L1 door to be closed, and then we're off on our way. Roy Van Cam, 122.8 in EU versus 122.8 in the USA California region. Yeah, the decimal being the well, I mean, it, like it says in the EU or here, it's the equivalent of the point in the US. And in the UK or Europe, I don't know if it is Europe, but at least here in the UK, they use runway numbers 27 left or 09 left. In America, it'll be 9er or runway 8 or runway 7 or 22. Kevin's cousin in the US suffering the same fate. I don't know. It's the same. I don't know if it's the same fate. He's just doing what he's doing. But yes, I agree. Maybe a lot of these pilots, I would want to continue flying. That's for sure. Hanging up his flying boots at 65. Okay, so America also. I think it's globally 65 is the retirement age. I did hear a while back that apparently. America was considering, or US airline agencies were considering increasing the retirement age to 70 years. Jan's Fuse, thank you, great banking shot. Spoilers have some aerodynamic effect. Yes, like I was saying, screaming at me, yeah, of course they will do, without doubt. If you put your hand out of a car, well, if you put your hand out of a car and shift it upwards, it acts like an elevator more than a speed brake. But at least with what's happening there is that it's pushing the wing down onto the ground, so as to maximise the amount of weight on the wheels, and therefore applying maximum braking. Great bit of factoid that. Debash mode, I hear 28 right or left here at San Fran most of the time. Oh, okay, it is 28, right? Okay, so Americans are not. Oh, okay, I'll give up on that. Oh yeah, I got him. Moira J. Roma off to Australia soon. Lovely. Okay, so thanks, Debash. Have I missed the old United livery 767 takeoff? John Grinham saying, probably. John Stoner, it's like racing cars in aerofoil. Yeah. Whether you wing of a racing car is to keep the it's for ground effect, isn't it? Just to keep the car sucking down onto the ground. The amount of ground effect that the pressure on the car that the front and rear wings causes is enough to literally allow it, if it was doing the right speed and had the right sort of approach, it would be able to literally drive upside down through a tunnel or whatever. Nothing that's ever been experimented with, but in the laws of physics, it would be able to happen. Carol Crozier, loving the sunshine. Paul Skilling. John Stoner keeps it on the tracks. That's a Silkway 747, folks. Ain't she looking proper? Crew on that aircraft got no idea they're being watched right now. No, it will come into shot. It will come into shot. Okay, we are waiting now. Simon Dinsmore, thank you. Diane78, great shot. HGC. Jeffrey Phillips, my favourite Heathrow runway was the famous runway 23. Wow, interesting. Okay, so that was one of the intersecting runways, the cross runways. Interesting, 27. So that would have been the one that literally came right across our path here, wasn't it? Somewhere around about there, sort of like a diagonal runway. I mean, we're on 27, pointing in this direction. So very nice shot. Diane78, 35,000 feet. John Stoner, 6 degrees at the moment. Loving those long shots. Jan's views saying, yeah, it's great when you've got the capability, isn't it, of a camera that is able to pinpoint a 747 at 35,000+ feet. Okay, now we are just waiting for this Cathay Pacific 747 to get his paperwork in order, get himself up those stairs. Is there someone walking up the steps right now? Or is that just my eyes deceiving me? I think it's my eyes, yeah. My eyes are old, my nose is bent, my knees are old and drizzled. Kevin Fisher, the wet and windy runway. Oh, is that the runway 23 that they used when it was wet and windy to avoid crosswinds, I'm guessing? Nottingham to Milan for Silkway, Sharon Case saying. Wow, Nottingham to Milan. Clareport, thank you, Clareport. Take care, all the best. Jeffrey Phillips, runway 23 would go into the new T2 these days. Oh, okay. I'm with you. Yes, right. James Wurtell, this is the first show I have been alone. Okay, not sure if that's a typo. I think it might be a typo. But James, good to see you anyway. Where's the Cathay Pacific going? Jonathan Parlside saying, I think that might be Paris. I'm going to guess that she's heading to Charles de Gaulle. Oh, okay, James Wurtell, this is the first show I caught start to finish. Brilliant. Wow. He's been with us throughout the show. Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Anybody watching around the world, wherever you are, just hit that like button. Take you 2 seconds. It won't hurt. Trust me, it won't hurt. It might take a little bit of skin off your index finger, but don't worry about it too much. Carl Hannibal was 23 taken out of use. Good question. 80s, I'm guessing. Late 80s, maybe something like that. Simon Dinsmore, most of my videoing is done with high
high altitude aircraft with the camera you recommended and have, Simon Dinsmore. There we go. Simon filming with the Panasonic VX1. 2002. Blimey, that recently. Only 20.
Maureen had a visit to the old Heathrow Tower back in the 90s, courtesy of Nat. Our guy talks about a stressed out trainee who ended his shift with a lit cigarette in each of his hands.
Blimey, O'Reilly. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
No surprises though, to be perfectly honest with you.
Tips on her. Got the big Trent 7000 engine. Aim the apple pie. Virgin A339 followed by a Virgin A350. Cool, man. Very interesting design element to that wing valance, the aft wing valance, the trailing edge of it. Very similar to the TriStar. Go and have a look at the wing valance on the TriStar, and you'll see the trailing edge. Has that straight edge to it. Horizontal line, should I say? Horizontal edge to it. Okay. We're on Cathay Pacific watch at the moment. Still haven't bleeding. Come on, guys. It's supposed to be going out in 10 minutes, isn't it? Forbes Watson, superb in the light. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Right on time. Right on time. Tony Jitty, in the 70s and 80s, the flight path started over Wembley, then flew over Greenford, Southall, and then Heathrow. Cool. Of course, back in the old days as well, back in the 80s and 90s and 70s, 80s, before they had any of the major terminals here, I don't know when it started, but I know a lot of the long haul stuff, they would muster you in London and then drive you in on a coach to join your aeroplane. Whether that was just British Airways or I think I've seen some examples like Transworld, TWA, and other American carriers, perhaps back in those days. I don't know, but Sharon Case, yes indeed, there we are. Door shut on Cathay. John Stoner and Diane 78, shut that door. The L1, I think it's, no, it is, it's got its door number. And that is about it. I think she's CX Cathay Heavy, ready to push. Cathay transponder, sorry, not yet active. Roy Van can, and if Roy Van can, anyone can. Sorry, I've been meaning to say that all day. Say about it. Power plant operator. Wow, James worked out power plant operator. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Got lots of humming noise going on around him. Cool. Dreamliner with brake issue. Looks odd, doesn't it? Looks odd. Looks like a concept aircraft flight. Of course, it's not something that the passengers can feel in any way. The pilots probably won't even feel it either. It's just it's quite draggy, creates quite a lot of drag on the aircraft, burn a lot more fuel. Crazy. So around about 2 minutes normally takes the offending wheel assembly to stop spinning. You see the gear door come down, the mains. Crazy, isn't it? Got to say, it's quite common on the 787, more so than any other aircraft. I remember seeing it on a BA 747 flying out of Heathrow, 27 left departure. It was gone for ages before the gear came up. And that's a big lot of heavy undercarriage to carry underneath you, all that wind rushing through it, literally like throwing a ball and chain out the back of your car and training it along with you, causing all that, needing all that extra power. Not a tremendous amount of extra power, but just, you know, you're burning more fuel is the bottom line. Here it goes, here it goes. I think this is it. Wow. That's a lot longer than 2 minutes, isn't it? Wow, here we go, here we go. Is that it? Not yet, it isn't. Wow. Funky shot. Is it up yet? Still down. You should be able to see that, Johnny. Coming over the top of the house now with your undercarriage still down. That's a long time, I've got to say, for a 787 or any aircraft for that matter to have gear down. Follow that jet. He's long gone, mate. I've got to be honest with you, that's a long time for that gear, for those gear to be down. Oh man. Troubleshooting it, I don't know. Electrically operated brakes on the 787. Electrically, as in the motors themselves. In fact, the you know, the instead of hydraulic pumps pushing the pads onto the discs, and they are discs on discs, if you know what I mean. The pads, they're not like the types of pads that you see in your car. They are discs on discs, so they squeeze together. Bit like clutch plates, more like clutch plates actually, than traditional car braking system. yeah, Virgin, yeah. Saudi Arabian Airlines 787. Showing off her wing profile. Looks like that 747 might be pushing back. Let's have a look. Have a look. Nope, not yet. Still climbing, John Walton saying. Cafe on radar, Paul Skilling saying. Thank you, Paul. Someone left a 3-amp plug on those brakes. You should see the size of the brake pads on my bicycle. Makes you wonder how they work so well. Cafe on radar, Diane 78. Looking good. Puss in PJs, Michael K. No emergency, squeak. Oi, Van Gogh. Squeak. Graham Hepburn saw 2 747s overhead yesterday, Cargolux and UPS. Happy days. Electric brakes, but the gear doors are DC powered by a hydraulic pump. Sailor Mike saying, yes. It's an interesting, that's an interesting cloud just there. That I don't know if it's just an analogy, I don't know, whatever you call it. Optical illusion. Could have a spectacular departure from this 747 if he hurries up. Yeah, she's pushing. She's pushing, I think. No, it's not yet. Simon Dinsmore, undercarriage still down, can see it in the distance. Well, I mean, there's obviously a certain amount of times before they have to sort of like think about, they may be troubleshooting that aircraft. That's not it off there in the distance, is it? From a distance. Nope. To Dubai, delayed by approximately 40 minutes tonight. The Royal Dubai, well, I said Royal Brunei is going out, isn't it? Is that it going out now? Remember they had one here that went tech last week. Had 2 in town. One went over to the BA maintenance section. Big Mac! Thank you, Big Mac. Gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Isn't that nice? A lovely thing, eh? Yeah, look at it. It's got a bit of a... it's a funny old cloud, that. It's not sort of like... oh, I don't know. Yeah. 747. Still not. Wow, that's an early rotate. Flipping heck. That's insane. Freya Valentine is a returning member. Welcome back, Freya. Cafe. Wow. Maybe they're waiting for that Royal Brunei jet to pass. None shall pass. Sally B, 3 years yesterday. Big Jet TV membership. Lovely to see you, Sally. Thank you so much. Wasn't Sally B the name of the B-17? Isn't it Sally? Yeah, I'm sure it's Sally B. Ian Richardson, I'll be on a Royal Brunei flight in 4 weeks. There we go. Oh, well, there's one. Oh, he sneaked in, didn't he? At DHL 757 with RB211s. So a bit of a backup down there. Royal Brunei jet taxiing down Sierra. And the Jumbo, her beacons are on. She ain't going anywhere just yet. We need a tug down here. Kev Parker, loving us sunset shots. Yeah, aviation and sunsets definitely go together like 2 peas in a pod. Why not 3 peas in a pod? They're usually more than 2 peas in a pod. Charlie Redpath still not pushed. She will, she will. They're not going to want to miss their slot, number 1. Squidell. LA girl, stunning. DHL 757. Another 350 lines up for departure. British Airways, Mumbai, bound. Mumbai, sorry, should I say. Jim Monteith, unfortunately, you cannot gift specific membership. Well, you cannot gift memberships to specific individuals, unfortunately. All I would suggest is that you have her sign up and maybe throw the money in her account or something like that. I don't know. It might be a gift that you're wanting to do there, but unfortunately, we have no control over gifted membership, and you cannot buy someone membership. membership either, unfortunately. Unless you create a channel and do it out of your own account and then give them the password and all that kind of malarkey. Could do it that way, couldn't you? But then you're sort of like messing up your own account, aren't you? You're messing with your own account. What's that? Oh, it's interesting. Come, guys, let's be having you. It's getting a bit nippy up here, son. Jan's views, loving the dusk shots, Sharon Case. That's Concorde's Julie off to Mumbai. Okay, what, on vacation, on business, on, is she flying it? Oh, okay. What, a sort of like flight sort of reporter or something like that. Philip Jones, Magma 747, overfly, London Heathrow. I'm seeing that, but I'll certainly keep an eye out for it, God bless you. Is that it long range from the west? Joe Croydon. Thank you, Joe, has very kindly gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Lovely thing to do. Thank you, Joe. Joe Thompson, beautiful sky. Love flying at this time of day. Finally flying abroad in May. We'll visit 4 different airports with 2 Chihuahuas. What the hell's a Chihuahua? This is Heathrow. When's the last time a flight departed on time? TCC. Yeah. Well, I mean, even in the most efficient operational window, any airport, it's very, 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 very rare that an aircraft will depart on time. Certainly not before time, because obviously they don't want to sort of like mess with the slot times, etc., etc. But arrivals can be early, of course, but departures generally tend to be always a little bit late. You know, if you're due to fly out at, if your departure time is at 13:30, chances are you'll probably be rolling around about 13:50, because obviously you've got, you know, there's so many different parameters to having delays and so on and so forth. Luke DeShower, Cathay Pacific Cargo is going to be renamed Cathay Cargo. Okay. So, not much of a massive change there, but we'll take it. Is that the 747 trundling its way here now? I think it is, isn't it? Oh my goodness me, look at that. Wow. Oh my word. Is it better tight? Oh wow, look at that, folks. I mean, God blimey. That's getting on for shot of the day, isn't it? That's incredible, man. What a beautiful shot. Just gonna keep it on this shot just for now as it comes up on this cloud. Don't know if it's gonna make it any more funky or what, but oh yeah, it is. Oh dear, oh dear, dear, oh dear. Look at that. Oh, come on, Sam. Come on, you can make it. You can make it. Wow. Beautiful. He's an artist. This is a collect call from Mr. Floyd to Mrs. Floyd. Will you accept the charge? Yeah. I don't know, he keeps hanging up. It seems to be a man answering. Hello? Hello, this is the United States calling. Are we reaching? Keeps hanging up. You sing the rest. Beautiful in that light, isn't it? Look at that. All the lights ablaze. Big old American jetliner. Is this Royal Brunei? I think it is. Maybe. Oh wow, look at that, man. Wow. It is the golden hour, isn't it? Even though it's a silhouette. $788. Come on, girl. Queen of the skies. Let's be having you. Look at that. Martin Smith. It's the golden shot. Valerie Dickens, Charlie Redpath. Been an awesome show. Thank you, Charlie. Stick around, folks. We're waiting for that 747 to depart. I'm going to be not going anywhere until that thing is out of town. And we've got shots like these. Wow, just look at that. And sounds like these. So, because I haven't got a spare one. Oh no. Okay, let me do a check. Let me just do a quick check. Stand by. Come on, girl. Surprise me. Surprise me. Oh, 32. Still got 32, mate. Good. Sailor Mike, wow, nice growl. Sounds like a DC-10, yeah. Loving that. Come on, Cathay. Yeah, I know, she's on radar, but she's not moving. The only lights that are optional are the tail logo lights. Oh, okay, interesting. Really? Because maybe, is that on all aircraft, Screaming Emu? Because I've noticed sometimes, you know, you might see a triple with half his lights on, or her lights on. 787 or 350, 380 sometimes doesn't have the engine illumination lights on. Sometimes it does. Oh, here we go, another growler. Go on, girl. Grab the timestamp on that Qatar 380 gear, late gear retraction GP. Yeah, cool. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh, blooming neck. Oh. Sorry about that, folks. Mark Steadman, amazing pictures and sounds right now. Sounds back. Marianne Edwards screaming 18,000. What? Oh, here she goes. Right. GE9X engine start. Big old responsibility pushing one of those things, isn't it? I mean, obviously, once you know what you're doing, you've been doing it for some time, it makes all the difference. But even so, spatial awareness
and an understanding of your surroundings is imperative. Also, it's good that you know your left from your right. Lisa pins, I want to go on holiday. Don't we all, Lisa? Don't we all? Hey? Gordon Campbell. The Virgin flight with the gear down. The gear. Let's just call it a gear malfunction or brake malfunction or whatever it might be. I think she's safe. She would have returned a long time ago by now. They wouldn't have flown her all the way to Wales and... oh, no, this might look good, this might look good. Come on, girl. Let's be having you. Moira Roma. It flew over me at 16,000 feet and climbing, so was probably okay. There's something over the top of me. Or is that? Am I just hearing things like I normally do? Off to Australia in 4 weeks, Valerie Dickens. Only 9 years old. Oh, look, it's the Festival of Creativity. Puss in PJs, thank you. Basil Sims, LHR, looking awesome on the big screen in the evening. Nice. Nick Gray, 747, racing the dusk. Is she heading for Charles de Gaulle? She is. John Stoner, that 787 only had one light shining on the back. Okay, so maintenance issue for that aeroplane. Little F&F check for the little 320. Screaming Emu, yes. That just turned in, did it? So 747 starting to move down Sierra now. Where'd that 220 go? Did it go to gate? Is he just coming? I'm guessing he's just coming. Got some heavy metal to go out before. Oh, baby. That's what was over the top of me, GP.
Wow, United triple out of Frankfurt. Look at them all. Look at them all. Look at them all westbound. Crazy. That means she'll be taxiing then, I would imagine, because that normally happens when
Miracle Gal 55. Wow. John Stoner loving it. Rachel Dickinson. We don't know, Rachel. Depends on the day and what we're doing and where we are and all that kind of malarkey. But if we are, we will obviously be more than happy to catch your flight going out. Mira's loving the cruiser shot. Now look at them. Look at that. Look at it. Hey, look at this for a bank shot. Hold on. Let's grab this first. BA heavy. Wow. Beautiful, man. Crazy. Can hear an engine running. BA 200, I think. Oh, she's a screamer. Yeah. Nice. Proper workhorse, that triple. The only remaining special livery aircraft in the Boeing fleet, I believe. Blimey, O'Ryan, he's still sitting there. Flipping heck, mate. What's she doing? Rod Gill, the eastbound one is a Cargo Lux 747 Italia 744. Wow.
Something half decent on its way in, isn't it? We did a... That caught me off guard. That was a nice surprise. Very nice. Oh, she's moving. She's moving. Now, do I switch out here? Come on, son. Wow, look at that. Oh, my word. Oh, my goodness me. It's better than the last one, Julie, look. Qantas 380 getting dragged to gate, the big Roo. G'day. Wow. Honestly, what an absolutely stunning piece of imagery that is, isn't it? Rocket launch, yes. Isn't it beautiful? Boeing 747. Shovel. Everyone loving it, man. Nick Dark I think it's Dark. Just in time to catch the Cathay Jumbo. Yes, you are. Come on, mate. Taxi a bit faster than that. Flipping heck. Karma Scotland. Thank you sincerely to all Big Jet TV membership donors. You are the best. Pussy PJ's colours are immense. Coloured. I don't like calling them chemtrails. You know I don't like calling them chemtrails. They are. They are not chemtrails. So let's not get into that argument, folks. It's condensation trails. Unfortunately, someone in their infinite wisdom
called them chemtrails once, and it kind of stuck with a lot of people, and it just sort of like it got sort of like mixed up in the whole discussion, didn't it? But it's the same as you going out on a winter's day and starting your car in the very cold conditions, and you see the moisture that's caused by the hot exhaust on the cold air. Of course, there are exhaust. There are fumes up to a certain degree coming out the back of your car, as there are obviously coming out the back of an aeroplane. But they're not chemicals. It's not like he's going crop spraying or anything like that. God bless you. Anyway, let's not talk about it, because it just starts a bit of a funny debate, doesn't it? They are condensation trails. Contrails, should we call them? Folks, I think that's probably the best thing to do, isn't it? Fantastic! Jerry, that's one for the shorts. A 747 doing a red arrow display. So, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a pretty cool shot, isn't it? Yeah! Check that one out, folks. Funky, funky, funky. Gotta make it funky, diddly-doo. Make it funky, diddly-doo. Jeff Bryson's mainly water condensing, right? Yes, indeed. Some days you don't see it, so it must be to do with temperatures and pressure differences. That part I'd like to know more about. Yes, indeed, it is. It's the same as starting your car up on a very cold morning, and you see more of the unless of course you're running a car that is an oil burner and a very old car, and it just naturally has a lot of exhaust fumes coming out of it. But generally on a cold day, it's a bit like the streets of New York, shall we say, when you see all that rising condensation coming out from below. Yeah, cool. Roy Van Can, loving it. I think we're all loving it, aren't we? Kenway. James Whitell, it's all right. Don't know what you were saying, but it's fine, my friend. Don't you worry about it. Biddle-diddle-doo, make it funky. Bootle lad, whatever it is, it looks magic. Sharon Case, you should be able to see Jupiter and Venus. I think that is Jupiter and Venus. Is that Jupiter and Venus there? I don't know. Oh, but it was gorgeous. AZ Music Man 42, welcome to Premium. A very warm welcome to you, AZ Music Man. Come on, girl. Lots of people giving a lot of love to the Big Roo. Come on, mate, in your own time. Flipping, he's not in a rush, is he? Oh, Diane 78. Jupiter and Venus in line with the moon. Okay. Which way? North, east, south, west? Or is that those two there? I don't really know. Tony Jutty, yes, it is the planets. Jupiter, Venus, Sandy Humber, yeah. No Screaming Emu. 747 hasn't gone yet. It's right there on your screen. Sailor Mike saying still destination on that Cathay. I guess you're meaning still no destination on that Cathay. Normally it heads to CDG, doesn't it? Oh, Captain Sky, only between the A220 from the other Airbus Boeing fleet is the A220 doesn't have reverse throttle lever. Roy's saying that Cathay's slot time is over, so he's missed his slot. Possibly the reason why she's sitting there for so long. Make it funky. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that for a shot, mate. Flipping heck. You've got to love aviation when you see it like that, haven't you? Is that a 380? That's a 380, isn't it? This one looks like he's right in line with the moon. Is he gonna go past the moon? Shoot for the moon, son! Ah, he missed it. Yeah! Still flipping cool though. Oh, hold on a minute. Oh, she's still there. Cat's gonna. Zoe Black. I think we're all loving the colours, aren't we? Nick, Nick, air shows are always a difficult one, I've got to be honest with you. At this stage, no plans for any air shows. The only one that we might do is at Louisville. We need to sort of like, you know, oh, just to the right of me there. I saw just a reflection there for a moment in time, and I had to double look. I thought it was a palm tree. Look. I was kind of used to seeing so many out there, like, you know, but then I saw this one to the right, just caught that corner of my eye, and wow, look at that. I know, man, I know. Yours are flipping heck. You think my toes are frozen, mate? Oh, it looks like his taxi lights are on. He may be moving off next. Well, one thing's for sure, the Cathay 747 will go up pretty steep, purely because of the fact that she's empty of freight. She's dropped all her tomatoes into UK. Yeah!
on, son. Diddle diddle doo. Make it funky. Diddle doo. Come on, come on, come on, I'm telling you. We will wait. Heave, heave, heave. And when the Professor Yuffle goes to sleep, his friends go to sleep. Ken O'Neill, thank you, Ken. Thanks, Ken! Another one. Yeah! Shame it's not a full moon, man. If you don't move that aircraft, I'll come down there and I'll get you.
Concorde only reversed on inboards. M. Zoffi could be used.
Yes, they could be used in flight. Two big, great big giant buckets. Yeah, I've got one above the signal. She's moving now, she's moving now. Here we go, here we go. And the sky's still nice and red. Stand by, folks, here we go. I'll just get this one rotating, hold on a minute. No, man. Not what you think it does. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Got that Aero Mexico jet right in the line of fire, but you can see her tail moving now. This is going to be a spectacular shot, folks. She might go up quite quick, so it's yeah! Awesome! Who loves you, baby? Looks like a CDG departure. Wow, folks, how about that? How about that? What a great day's viewing of aeroplanes here at London Heathrow. Wow. I tell you what, this summer, be prepared. We're going to be doing a lot of these evening shows
But listen, folks, thank you so much. It has been fantastic. Another great show. Apologies once again for the disaster earlier on today, which was literally a technical issue once again. But looks like we've sorted it. Julie's kind of got to the bottom of it. She's delved around and had a what's it called? A deep cleanse of the system. So we shouldn't be getting any of that on Wednesday. But listen, folks, we will be back on Wednesday. Don't know where, don't know when, but I'm sure we will meet again some sunny day. But yeah, look after yourselves, folks. We'll see you then. Welcome all new members. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Big Jet TV. Thank you to all our wonderful members who support this channel. Look out between now and Wednesday for the shortened, very shortened edit of Emirates Flight Training Academy, and we'll see you then. Take care. Bye now.